Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas! Torin has made
Merry Christmas.
Torin has made his return.
Torin has made his return with the Jack Sparrow. Jack Sparrow? Welcome back to Grimm's Dungeon, the final session, session 9 of Arc 1, entitled Ashes to Ashes. The arc, not tonight's session. We don't name those till after. But hopefully you guys are as excited as we are. Those who are on the podcast, those who are on the live stream, those who are watching the VOD on YouTube or other places, welcome. And happy holidays. Hopefully you're having some solace during the holiday season. I know it can be tough for some, but my hope is that this show gives you a little spice, little kick.
Makes you feel a little better that you're not in our character's situation.
That you're not in. So
at least you're not about to. At least you're not on a giant demon, which is where we left last.
And hopefully none of y'all
Things
are sick.
could be worse.
Well, you know,
not for us, but for you.
could be
worse. Thank you, camera.
When in Mourne.
It's fixed.
When in Mourne.
When in Mourne. When on the planet Solus, flying around this rock.
I find no solace
in
this hellscape.
Indeed. So yeah, anyway, thanks for coming and watching during the holiday seasons. Eat a lot of food, okay? Eat some food. Open some Christmas presents. Hopefully, get that Grimm's Dungeon merch. No, we don't have merch. But, maybe one day.
Do we?
I don't know if I would ever buy somebody Grimm's Dungeon merch for Christmas, though. I'm not supposed to say that.
You buy it for them for Halloween.
To be honest, don't buy our merch. It's trash.
No, don't say that.
No, buy our merch. Give us money. No.
When we have it.
When we got it.
Coming soon, invisible T-shirts.
Hey.
I guess we should ask the question mainly because I don't trust myself. Can everybody hear us? That's the question that should be asked.
Hello.
And can you see us?
So whatever person is in the chat, if you don't mind.
Thanks for all you do.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're welcome.
Okay.
And
We are good on the
Beautiful.
audio. You can hear the music. You can hear the mics. Thank
You
goodness
can hear the
gracious.
screams of the wailing children and spirits.
Only
Didn't
the
know there were any
screams.
children alive, but they're out there screaming.
We only hear the screams of Torin.
How dirty was your fishbowl?
He's sleeping.
That is, he immediately took it off and passed out.
Everyone was unobserved to Torin.
It's
a Pathfinder joke. It's a
what's up?
Pathfinder
Oh.
joke.
What happened?
Is it right there? Is it right there? With,
dropping basically all the frames.
is it right there with facing?
Every frame is dropping right now. I
No,
can't
it
tell why.
actually exists. That was the joke.
Well, that's not good.
Are we good, or was it just like a hiccup in the
System?
stream? Is the stream okay?
Is it legible?
There's too many in the arts category, probably.
Can't. Is everything? Is
She's
everything
not
good?
that.
We can wear our invisible T-shirts now on
Yeah?
Twitch. They wouldn't kick us off.
Well, they did update it again recently.
Did
Yeah.
Don't
they
care.
did. Don't
they?
care.
We can wear invisible too.
Didn't update it
I
hard
can't
enough.
tell what's happening. This is crazy.
I think it's
I'm
email.
not getting any messages in chat. Is everything running okay?
Will. Oh.
Help me!
I'm not great at writing.
Hello.
More of a long,
Hello?
Can I get a confirmation that the stream is running okay? Hello. I guess I don't have it on my phone, otherwise I would open it there.
Here, I can pull it up if you need.
I cannot.
I got you. Watch.
I could, but I won't.
I have none of these Magitech devices.
Oh, where'd it go? I have it. So, there it is.
Well,
It's kind
I
of
guess,
ironic
I
with
guess
you
the
being
last
the only
one
one
really
that
had to
doesn't
kick us in the butt again. Like,
Oh,
right as we're about to go on
yeah.
right to where I could fix this
Oh.
Quality logo
Rough.
is quite low.
That's so sad.
I have no clue why.
We can start and stop, or stop and start, whatever that word is.
I can try it out. Yeah, I'll end the stream and restart.
Back in
I'm
it.
gonna record the VOD. You're gonna have to do
Wait,
some
that's not how you do
splicing.
it.
I'll give you. Like, you're gonna get all the files.
Yeah, that's
but-
fine.
Okay,
Some.
we're fine. All right, that should be good. Can I get a confirmation in the chat that the stream
Oh,
looks good?
Oh.
Get in the chat.
Get in the chat.
Because we're no
We're
longer
going
dropping
shopping.
frames. So are we good?
I'm watching an ad currently, so
Now that was
I'm
good.
trying
That frightened
to-
me.
That was right above.
Because it was going everywhere. It was going crazy from 6,000 to 0 to 6,000 to 4,000.
Oh, what are you
Like,
streaming, dude?
Did it get over 9,000?
Yeah, a couple
Aw.
times. Currently, okay, it is now fixed.
Thank
Okay,
the goodness.
you try to put a good corpse down and you just can't.
Can't do it.
Welcome,
Not possible.
Stop kicking the dead corpse.
welcome back. Okay, it gave me a notification that frames were dropping 2 minutes ago. So that just scared me. But no, we're good. Okay, anyways,
Jump
thank you
scare.
guys so much. Yeah, thank you for editing that. If you're watching the VOD, there it is. Now the podcast, it's
You didn't know
it's
anything
irrelevant.
happened.
Who knows
You
what
don't
the
even know anything
podcast
happened.
is?
We had to drop frames
Oh
on the
Lord.
stream.
No, they'll hear everything.
Okay,
Unless we
let's
cut
get
it out.
Come
We
on.
can splice that
Rally.
too.
Rally. Welcome
what we
back
do?
to the Crypt of Grimm, and Merry Christmas yet again. Tonight is again our last session, so if you guys will allow me, we don't have any any updates here for you, other than go check us out on YouTube, go check us out over on Instagram. We have various members of our production staff, such as
You couldn't keep a straight face, could you?
I'm sorry.
production
I
staff,
thought you told us production
such as Paige
Production
running our
spirit.
Instagram, such as Morgan editing our content, and future in the future, Mr. What's your name? Mateo?
The Goblin.
Matthew the Goblin running
The
our
Goblin.
podcast, doing our
Goblin.
podcast stuff. So yeah, it's been pretty solid. Go check out our other stuff. Tell your friends. That's all I have to say about
I can't
that.
wait to
If
put.
you don't have friends, don't worry about it.
Wow.
I can't wait to put quotations.
I'll be your friend
podcast
if you don't
stuff.
have friends. Join
on
our
my
Discord, and I'll be
It's
your friend.
fine. I
if
just
you don't
want
have
to finish
friends.
my bit.
See?
It's cool.
I definitely
Thanks,
have friends.
Paige. Yeah.
Stuff. Yeah, we're solid. Not
you
a
want this?
single drop.
Do you need
looking
this?
up.
Excuse
Okay.
me. I was gonna finish a bit, but it's fine. I won't make the joke anymore.
Yeah, I don't think we need it. I think we can somehow survive without the bit.
That's why you get two presents.
Oh, it's the music.
It's the shut up and sit down music. The
Fuck.
this
I was just
music.
about to
So
stand up.
I don't care. You guys capitalism. Okay, you know what? Some of the other corpses in the crypt of Grimm's dungeon purchased these non-deserving souls. To be frank,
This is very true. We don't
these-
deserve anything.
The people that don't understand, we used to do bits about this, don't know what I'm talking about, but we bought gifts. So go ahead, open up the gifts. What could it possibly be?
Oh my god, stickers!
Yo.
I've been waiting for these.
Oh, that's cool.
I've been waiting for these.
So what they've got is a condition tracker.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
A condition tracker for
How do you open
Pathfinder 2nd Edition and the new version of Pathfinder as well.
That's
Oh,
cool.
and it comes with little things.
Great.
Yeah. So there's a little
Mine just
like
fell off the
little
bottom. I think yours is broken.
a little stick that comes with it
Well, stick.
inside the bag. See a
Why'd
little
you make it
stick?
so hard to open?
Stick.
This
I think
stick?
yours is broken. Mine just fell out.
Yeah. How does this work? How do you open it?
Why'd you wrap this so good?
That's hard. It's a hard one to say. Let's see if the fighter gets it. Let's see if he figures it
The
out.
human fighter just gnaws
No,
on
that's
it.
not a crayon. Stop. No.
Don't eat it! Don't eat it!
Those little like stick things, you can write your name on it, and there's a like thing on the back you can take off to make it a sticker, and you can put it inside the little area to the like that, and you can write your name on it.
Oh.
But
The
yeah, we got
oval
some.
shape.
And they
It
also
looks
got
like it's
some.
burnt.
We
Goes
got
in the oval hole.
4 T-shirts and 1 tank top.
Hey.
No way.
To shirts.
Yeah!
4 T-shirts and
You
1
didn't
tank
even
top.
know.
I did not. She just kept telling me it was different, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, 4
Stop making fun
T-shirts
of
of
me.
Grimm's Dungeon. These are gonna be limited edition things that are gonna
Yep.
be worth billions.
They
one
are
day.
5
Well,
of
since
5.
we're allowed to do this now.
Well, 4 and 101.
Yeah.
But regardless, okay.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Of course. So hopefully
you.
that assists or not. I don't know. But it's a little fun than having to go on the thing and like tweak it. You can just do it in physical. So
That is so cool.
Before anybody in the spiritual realm gets mad at us, Grimm also is going to receive a gift in the mail. Here, but will maybe be featured in future video.
Catch us in the new
productions.
year and you'll see it.
is it
Yeah.
something I get to kill you with?
Maybe.
I mean, it depends on
I
how
did
you use
consider
it.
that.
Technically, yes.
I mean, you could
Technically,
make us swallow
you
these
You
pieces.
probably could if you wanted to.
Adding fuel to the fire there. Okay, let's do a recap so we can get started playing
Let's
this
go.
GAME, the final session
Game?
of the year. Game. Thank you.
There's doomed and dying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Doom. I mean, you're dealing with drained, right? In the caves, right? You were dealing with drained, so there's
Yeah.
one. And by the way, all those, I think when you hit 4, you're just dead. So,
Correct.
yeah, I don't
Majority
know.
of them.
I would have put a skull instead of 4 if I was designing these myself.
Dope.
Because I'm a jerk. Okay.
I'm gonna be hyper fixated on this now. Like, this is so cool.
Recap. Let's do it.
We're listening, but also
The
playing.
Accursed Bound. What a poor, sorrowful lot. The definition of bittersweet. A group of individuals that have blessed or cursed, depending on your perspective, with servitude to a deity. A very rare breed for sure. A very uncommon type. But these all 5 have coalesced, found each other, and are all of that ilk, the Bound. This has been the first arc, the first adventure where they've all coalesced and were granted the task, given the task to prevent the evil, supposedly, evil leader of the Fief of Delruth, Hoth, the Lord Hoth, from stopping a demonic contract he was writing in order to establish a demonic foothold in the Ashlands, an area of the continent of Mourne that has, up until this point in this 30-year-long demon invasion, been mostly unscathed. It was burned to the ground, and all that remains are dead trees, and at its center, the husk of the grand Ichor tree is all dead. But for some reason, demons have had a hard time venturing in. And as a result, a lot of refugees make their home here. It's still dangerous, but many people, these mercenary bands, travel. And they were a part of such band until it was annihilated as they were trying to be given their last sort of adventure, which was to stop Hoth from making a demonic pact and making the Ashlands a demon stronghold.
Fuck off, dude.
Yeah, exactly. They did some stuff, met some people, almost died, sometimes did, a few times. Have gone down, all the like, and found themselves in the bitter truth that the Fief of Delruth, this place that seemingly had a few human survivors and other mortal survivors, has been, in actuality, a demon. By context clues, one could allude that it's been a demon for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Welcome, Miss Mint Wolf. Welcome. We're just recapping. Welcome.
Welcome.
That's one of mine.
That's one of yours.
Mine.
Welcome.
You don't. She's mine. She's my friend.
My gosh, I can't believe you paid someone to watch this thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. So they have discovered that the Fief is in actuality a large demon, a massive one. The last thing they saw before this new session is the individuals down in the trade quarter where they first met fellow humanoids and mortals, all standing in a line up seemingly at them. Very precarious. They decided to take a rest. In order to recoup their strength after swimming for hours, one would imagine that they would need to take...
Collapse.
Yikes.
I don't even know what that means. I don't know if I should read that out loud.
Do it.
If you question it, maybe still.
I mean, it's not like... I just don't understand what it means. I'm afraid of hidden context.
Do it, man. Do it. Do
Okay,
it.
we've got a new first-time chatter here.
Hey.
An individual by the name of Polar Knights. Did I say something? Did you get me? No. Says, "Sweet Jesus, so many cute teddy bears in so little time."
Oh my god.
What's up?
Alright.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
I accept.
Don't offer
Torin
up
feels
what you
really
can't
good about
put
himself
down.
now.
Oh my god.
Torin never gets
Whoa,
compliments like that. Granted, you can't see the ugly scars on the side of my face.
You can
see every
single scar I have.
He's an
Minus
individual,
the tank
that's for
top.
sure. Okay, so the last thing they did was take a rest after becoming exhausted. They crawled and found a place in the melding flesh of this massive city-sized demon to rest in order to recoup their strength for what they feel like is going to be the final confrontation. Are they too late? Is there something they can do to revert the damage that's been done to the Fief? Is anyone able to be trusted in this place, or is there something more subtle at work? None of these questions are inherently answerable at the moment, but something tells each of them as they sleep in the dead of night that the answers are just around the bend, and the truth shall either set you free or enslave you for all eternity. Thank you, Polar Knights, with the subscription. Thank you for the subscription, Polar Knights. It is cold, but guess what? We're all, well, I'm dead. The rest of them are not. It's just, they're just cold.
We're just captive.
Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Round of applause. Thank you very much. I don't know what you get as a result, but I'm sure you can go read it in the About Me section about what you get for being a tier 1 subscriber, because I haven't read it in forever. But thank you so much, and welcome to the crypt. Keep it creepy. Hold on, I hit you a follow. You just need to delete somebody. Twitch have a limit of 3,000. I can follow at one given time. What? What? Anyway, we're gonna rock and roll.
Anyway, hit me with that recap again.
You all.
Yeah.
So what happened last time?
3 caps this time.
What's happening?
Uh-oh. It's getting rakish.
What? Huh?
A rakish tilt of the hat. You're welcome.
I think I missed
Complimenting your drip? Question mark.
I've been using that word so much lately.
I see what you're saying, Polar Knights. I'm just an idiot. Thank you very much. No worries. We appreciate it regardless. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So, deep in the night, you guys all have pretty unsettling dreams. The whispers of the abyss surround this place, are thick in this place. It's been a long time since you've slept in an area that didn't have a talisman shielding you from the raw abyssal energy that you all, in your nightmares, your half-sleep, know to be present. For this reason, when each of you awake, you are given... Anyone want to guess how many stacks?
4.
Just one.
Could I?
Just one.
Ding, 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 ding.
4?
Yeah.
Right off the bat.
Hero point?
Oh.
Right off the bat.
Well, at least we're not at 1.
This
Right
is true.
off
We're
the
not
bat.
Yeah. Oh no.
all like that. Would you like to explain to our new viewers?
Thank you so much for the... Do what?
Would you like to explain to our new viewers what this stuff
Corruption.
is? What our
Right.
chaos corruption
I
is?
probably should.
Pathfinder
First off,
homebrew.
refresh and let me know if it's still like that, because I think I'm not having any drop frames, so I'm not sure why the audio would be necessarily out of sync so close so soon after pressing record.
Try a good old refresh.
Yeah, try the good. Yeah, okay, it's good. That I don't care if one person said it's fine, then I don't care. Okay. In the wee hours of the morning, though honestly it's difficult to tell, a viscous, very viscous, pillowing purple cloud is over the top of the royal plume. After awaking, it feels almost a relief to be awake again, given the nature of your dreams, all of which felt like you were trapped in some sort of void with millions of things, inhuman screams, immortal screams, echoing in the darkness. To wake up to this sight is actually a relief, believe it or not, from what you were witnessing in your dreams. It is not day. In fact, it looks to be night. There are reddish yellow lights emulating from throughout the Ashlands, from maybe camps, other fiefs, but a dust storm surrounding this fief has kicked up, making it very hazy, where you used to be able to see a distance. It's very difficult to see. This vortex-looking cloud, like sort of a funnel, has grown since you last slept. And these purple coalescings and these dark purple strokes of lightning echo through the sky, emanating into the night and sort of illuminating the space, which, when you look at it, is what looks like to be the shape of a courtyard, sort of in the shape of a half circle, cut off on each side of the circle that's curving outward by walls, a staircase leading up to the royal plume, this tall cylindrical tower, and a door. You can make these shapes out, but in the flashes of the lightning, You can see that it's all melded, disgusting, rended demonic flesh, mouths agape with giant teeth, claws and arms jutting out from the surfaces, eyes grouped up in pairs, sometimes 3 or 4 at a time, blinking, some quivering, some rolling in on themselves. There's other various body parts jutting out, some that look mortal, others that look demonic. It is a hellish scene, one of which has gotten worse since you first slept. Looking behind you, when you escaped being ejected through one of these mouths, you see this grotesque orifice kind of slowly oscillating like this back and forth, almost like how a jellyfish moves, but it's its lips moving back and forth where you were ejected out. It has a jagged row of teeth that has now since grown, kind of growing over the orifice as it's kind of coming in and kind of impaling itself with its own teeth like an anglerfish. There's no way you're getting back that way. Looking down at the garrison, or not the garrison, excuse me, the trade district where you came from, still, those individuals stare up at you. Now, I want to ask.
The tentacles got him.
I want to ask, who is doing what at the moment? Don't tell me, just tell me what are you doing right now, one at a time.
Witton is probably still looking down at the trade district where we came from, just watching them.
Thank you, Polar Knights.
Every time.
So, go ahead. Sorry.
He's just looking down at the trade district. He's been staring at them. Just the entire time.
Just go. What is Annabelle doing?
Annabelle is gonna.
Having just woken up.
She's sorting her esoterica.
Okay.
She's sitting there arranging all her
Preparing
stuff.
yourself.
Preparing.
For battle.
Torin woke up,
Whatever this is.
from a nightmare, and I think the first thing he did was just make sure that everyone was still there, especially Claire, since Claire was gone last time. Other than that, he's just used, maybe he might have woken up an hour before everyone else, and he's just going through and cleaning his stuff and trying to make sure he's trying to be really quiet and make sure everyone's getting good rest, and you might eat a ration or two.
And when he checked on Claire is still there. Claire had turned their back to the party, and Claire is continuing to pretend to sleep.
Okay.
Once Fredrick wakes up, he's probably just not happy right now. So he would be up and just
Playing with his body.
anxiously waiting
The
to
corpse you brought
continue
up?
on.
Do you remember the corpse you brought up?
Yeah.
Okay.
With us.
It's like,
Anxiously
damn,
waiting.
Chandler, what?
Playing with your body, dude?
Oh, all right.
Definitely his body language is definitely just impatient AF because they've spent long enough dwaddling to get here. Let's go.
Oh, wait, you asked me to explain chaos corruption.
I did in fact
For
do
the
that.
for the new ones, and thanks for explaining.
The
I
real ones.
We've got some steps.
have a couple more anecdotes.
And
This
that's for
is
the podcast listeners too. We have some
this is
steps.
for those new, those who are not accustomed to what this is our final session. We do it in arcs, about 9 to 10 episodes per arc in this show. Each arc having a central thesis and sort of an idea about it. This is the final session of that arc. This is session 9. This is a grim, dark, relatively. It's a power fantasy, but the world is quite low fantasy. Given the demons, it is quite high fantasy. But for the people living in it, it's unfortunately pretty low fantasy setting. It's a little bit more dark, more grizzled. Thus, and we have a meta narrative that's kind of like Grimm's dungeon is he's like a corpse and he lures people into his dungeon to force them to play Dungeons and Dragons or whatever.
That's us.
That's us.
That's them.
Hey, that's Grim.
And I'm Grim. Hi. And
He
we
still won't let us leave.
Yeah, still won't let you guys leave.
He says 9
4
episodes,
days.
but it's been
But for the most part, though, it's a more of a rugged, darker campaign. Again, most of the shows you might find in the Dungeons and Dragons tabletop role-playing space are more high fantasy, more adventure-like. Ours is more brutal, for sure. I would say more for adult audiences, more realistic, if that makes sense, rather
Experienced
than
players.
realistic's probably not the right word, but
More grim, both
more grim.
in theme
So back-
and with people.
So back to
Yeah.
It's
corruption.
just more grim.
yeah. So chaos corruption is one of the side effects of this world that's been basically dominated by a demonic incursion that occurred around 30 years ago. By being immortal and exposing yourself to the essence of the abyss, which finds itself like divine energy or anything else in D&D or Pathfinder in massive pockets. The more concentrated, the severe the consequences. Upon reaching certain amounts of stacks by sleeping or staying in an area for too long, you start to go crazy. So having slept in a very demonically corrupted area, they have just gained 4 stacks of demonic corruption. Every 5 stacks, you start to gain severe symptoms, leading ultimately to total insanity if you get to 15 stacks.
Once
they're
we're
at
past
4
1,
right
we're
now.
at level 1, right? Of course.
Yes.
Do what?
Once we
Once we're
once we
past
hit
one
5.
more, and
We
we
have
have
level
level
one.
1.
Okay.
Or
You
What
feel
am
it.
I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Each of us have like certain things that happen when you get a certain level of
Yeah.
corruption.
It's
Each of it,
custom
it's
to the
different for each
character.
of us.
Different for
So it's
everybody.
it's a
Custom
little
to the character.
homebrew kind of thing that we added to the game.
100%.
Courtesy of our Grim Master.
Yeah, fun stuff. Custom rules, which you can read about in the About Me section in the Homebrew Rules document. Okay, so something you notice, Goblin, throughout the night as you're feigning sleep. Your injury has
Oh,
not
shit.
manifested any particular symptoms. In fact, it feels to be getting better. You've noticed as you're watching that it's sort of webbing over in a way, kind of covering the wound. But the arm in which is closest to that side of your wound, the one that's attached to that side, your pinky is on an oscillating timer, almost twitching inward like this.
I don't like that.
That seems normal.
Over and over and over and over again.
Oh,
And
shit.
occasionally you feel this incessant need to like kind of scrunch your shoulder on the left side or where your injury is. And it's starting to feel like something's like crawling on you. But very faintly and not very frequently, but it happens in spurts occasionally. You notice this progress throughout the night.
I'm not sure that the goblin realizes that it's connected to the wound, even thinking more from the lack of sleep. The first time they closed their eyes, perhaps Claire took first watch. And then when they closed their eyes, the first thing they saw was that mansion and Fredrick as that giant demon ghost. And all they could think about was that the last time that all of them went to sleep, they did not remember the last several days.
Yeah.
And they chose to not go to sleep because I couldn't imagine being more terrified of that.
Rough.
Especially when, based on their conversations with Torin, they don't think that anyone else remembers that dreamscape.
Nope.
But he does.
Torin sleeps like a baby.
So I've voluntarily taken the fatigued condition.
Jeez.
Yeah.
If someone's keeping track of like stats and AC and notices that something hits me that doesn't normally, that's why.
Somebody's, paying that much attention.
They will. I do.
All right.
Pretty sure his AC's 35. There's no way.
Yeah. So
Chandler cheated him.
judging by the time,
You good?
Bless you.
No.
Let's get it
He's
out.
in time.
oh boy,
Bad little piece.
yeah, that was not great.
It
Wow.
happens.
Whoa. Okay.
Corruption! It's spreading! It's real.
This is our chance. We can run.
Are you taking control of my character? Are you role playing my twitches?
Joey's World Tour, for those who know that is. Nutella challenge.
Yep.
Nope.
No, I don't.
I live under a rock.
No,
So does
it's
Claire.
not a well-known thing at all. that's something unique to me and two of my friends. And that's it. Okay.
Maybe they're here.
Okay, so having just woken up, minus yourself, granted you spent the time, so you get the 4 stacks. Are you still staring at the
Yep.
at the end? Okay. As you stare at them,
Fuck are they?
okay. As you stare at these individuals, like magic. Gone.
Kind of
Between blinks. Gone.
Okay. About what? Is this like when everyone's waking up that happens, or
Like right in this moment, as we're speaking
Okay.
right now. Okay, I don't know
Right
how to
now?
answer that question.
That's fair.
You're staring as people are
prepping.
waking up, as these things are happening. You sit there and you blink again, and they're gone.
kind of sits up? I think whatever this being is, it's on to us. Everyone down on the trade slice is gone, disappeared.
Annabelle starts tightening all her belts, putting it all on. She's ready to go.
Claire rolls and stands up. He didn't take anything off. I'm ready. And he just looks exhausted. Like the bags under his eyes have like drooped even lower. I'm ready.
Claire, are you sure?
I've survived this long.
That's a fallacy.
You have a point. How's everyone feeling?
I'm not gonna lie, Emma. I'm a little nervous.
A little twitchy.
I noticed that.
Oh. That does not look like fun.
Must be
I was feeling bad.
Just a little.
How are you?
Yeah, Freddy. What's up?
We need to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something I can
I
agree on.
agree.
Does
So-
everyone want a little something to eat?
I'll eat while we walk. Thank you, though, Torin.
I've got some jerky.
Oh, I like
Nice.
jerky.
Yeah.
I'll take some
I'm
jerky.
Is it
guessing
chewy, the soft
based
kind, or
upon
the
your
chewy
description,
kind?
the only thing here is to go up.
So, based on my description, imagine a third of a circle, the walls, and they kind of point to a staircase that has a door leading into this massive cylinder that is the royal plume. As far as you can tell, other than jumping off the side where the outer wall's been blasted outward, the only way forward is the
Fredrick heads
staircase. Do what?
Fredrick is up.
Start to heads up.
I'm
Okay.
running to keep up with him with my little legs.
Bring out the shield.
And
my
he's just
rapier.
dragging his greatsword.
Okay, just
I'm-
dragging it
There
along
is,
the ground.
there's no, it's being sheathed. No, he's not great right now.
Yeah,
This is the scene where like
I-
everybody
I-
like
what I
one by
do-
one.
He's
Fred-
what you would
Fredrick-
call angy.
he is. What are you
Maybe-
doing with the corpse?
Uh,
Are you leaving it behind?
Also dragging it in the other
no,
hand.
just come with me.
Okay,
It has its
that's a
purpose.
lot. How much is a human body
In bulk.
for bulk?
How
In
big
bulk?
are
I
you
don't
now?
know.
A bulk is like what? 5 pounds?
Let's find out.
It's not that much. Like roughly.
Bulk is.
My estimation
doesn't say.
would be
10 light items make up one bulk, but that's all it says. Oh, wait, hang on. Wait.
How many light
There's more.
items would a human be?
Look up
Hang
like
on.
a.
Wait. It
well,
said in.
we can carry like, roughly it's like
Bulk
my
of creatures. There you go.
Oh, wait. Oh, hey, what do you know?
is encumbered it.
Medium creature is 6 bulk. I'm assuming a medium creature
I
is
was
like.
gonna guess 5.
That would be 6 bulk worth of bulk.
See,
bulk
how much
worth of
bulk you got in that
I-
bulk? You got 6 bulk in that 6.
In that case, Fredrick would take a minute. And he would... Who was it that I recognized? Damn, I need to fall off.
I've forgotten who you are.
Who
is
here
it?
was really studying that statue and had the really good, knowledge of
I
it?
think that was
I was looking
Annabelle.
at the notes. I think you were the one looking at the statue, Christian. Torin.
And he would go to Torin. You need to see this.
All right. Yeah. Show me anything you want.
Whoa.
This guy.
Yeah.
This is the one from the statue.
You mean from the statue?
There's more.
Do I recognize him?
You recognize him from the statue that you saw before trudging into the sewers.
When I killed him and disconnected him from the sewers, that is when the illusion fell. He was keeping the illusion going.
And you killed him.
Yes.
There was more to it. He did kind of turn Fredrick against me and try and have him start attacking me, and you were connected.
What was he, like
to
a
him.
wizard or something?
I don't
How did-
know. He was cursed.
Cursed. In what way? Do you have any
He
more information?
Was something controlling him controlling?
No, the way he was talking, he was very philosophical with his words
You
and
talked
chose
to him.
them in length.
Did he know us?
How'd you talk with your helmet on? That's not possible. We tried.
No, he had a way to pierce my memories.
Like the guy?
Like the guy.
I was home when I
The
talked
guy?
to him.
You were home.
Me.
I was home.
Yeah,
Ah.
you were home.
I was home.
Well, if he...
Claire looks at the camera and says, "The keep," because they're the only one that knows.
What did he say? That
He said,
Yeah, nice boy.
"What's more important?
I'll let Paige
To
know that you inspired.
what was it? Keep the lie going to try and keep people safe, comfortable,
Hope.
or to not so much. He didn't use the word hope,
Oh.
but he definitely did. It is easy to see how he wound up where he was. He came to this place and wanted to make a better place of it, and then he said something about he gave his shoes to a beggar. Does this kind of folklore tale mean anything
That
to
was
somebody?
in the notes. It was and she like was.
Did you
pulling
tell him
on-
he did a shit job?
Yes.
Okay, good.
It was in the. It was all kind of burnt, but someone gave his shoes, and then he came and he was generous and amazing, but then he disappeared, and then there were rumors that he was stealing away children in the night or something.
Well, you were in a really sour mood last night, so I wasn't going to say anything about the dead body. I thought maybe it was just a trophy, but
No, it was him.
well, what do we do with this body?
Well, I don't know if there's any way it has a use. I just wanted you to see it because it would recognize it from the statue.
I definitely recognise him. That's the same guy.
But if its use is worthless, we will leave it.
Did
I
he
think
tell
the
you his
only
name?
thing that's gonna help
Because
us.
No,
there wasn't
he
a name.
avoided it. I asked him, and he avoided it.
You don't think if we, meet some kind of monster or demon, if we bring his body in there, you don't think that they would be able to, I don't know, possess it or something and bring it back to life?
Yeah, we should probably dismember it and toss
Slam!
So you cut the body in half.
I just take the head off.
Oh, the head.
Sure.
And
Okay, we're playing God of War. Sounds good. Okay, so you cut the body, cut the head off the body.
You are very Kratos.
It's
Nope.
the head is off. You notice instead of blood pouring out of it, which, given this should have come to no shock, given he was underwater and connected to something you don't quite understand, and the nature of his relationship with this giant demon is also unknown. A massive amount of blue, purplish blood comes pouring out like somebody dumped a bucket of it out. It's not necessarily like it's coming out like a normal head would if you were to cut off a head, but like it's just like a
Gotcha.
I imagine it smells putrid. I couldn't imagine it smelling.
Oh.
And then
Yes, it does smell really bad.
Roll for
after
smell?
that,
This smells
Comparatively-
terrible.
no further words. Fredrick just starts going upstairs.
Up the
And
stairs.
Annabelle is running to keep up, to keep a little ahead of him. But comparatively, the blood to the plume, the smoke, color-wise, resemblance,
plume is purple.
Yeah.
bluish purple.
The smoke.
To the plume.
The plume.
So the royal plume is just the word for the highest tower in
What's
the
the
city.
thing?
The smoke that's,
purple
tunneling
thing
in.
Oh, the
this-
vortex.
Yes.
It
vortex,
is. It is
thank
a
you.
dark viscous purple as well.
So not compared to the blood.
Not are
material.
those similar?
I would
I'm
argue.
do I connect these dots looking at the colors?
I would argue that given the lighting situation is pretty
Oh, you're
terrible
right.
at the moment. It looks identical.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's the light
both
reflecting
look
off the
black.
surface. So it's it looks identical.
Can I search this statue fella that died? I don't know if y'all searched him or not.
They did not.
I don't think he's wearing anything.
Oh.
I don't know.
Doesn't mean you can't search him.
Hmm.
Spread him. I'd like to.
You want to search the body?
Yeah, I just want to see if he has any
Headless body.
weird talismans or rings or
Okay.
anything like that on him.
Tattoos, brands.
So
Yeah,
upon
legit.
looking at the body, for the most part, it's preserved pretty well for the fact it's been underwater. Goodness, since well before you guys showed up. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
We don't know how long.
Do it.
We don't know how long.
Yeah, you have no clue. Well, I would say it's even longer than when you showed up.
Yeah.
It's given the nature of the report, it looks like something that was written prior to whatever the demon incursion was. So the logic would dictate this body is older than has been in there for longer than. Yeah. So upon patting it down, nothing really interesting draws your eye except on his left foot there is a mark, a very subtle mark on his left foot.
I would like to recall knowledge, maybe.
Okay.
I
So go
don't
ahead
know
and do that.
what recall knowledge this would be technically for. Maybe.
I mean,
Cultism?
Yeah, I guess a cult would be it, or maybe religion.
It would be religion.
Sweet.
Get it.
It's not super duper high. That's a 13.
13.
Ooh, sorry.
What was that?
Oh, natural 20.
You gotta use the big die next time.
Yeah,
Okay.
We match.
When I do these checks, unless I make them secret, if I feel like it's warranted, because sometimes I just kind of choose, depending on the severity, when to make it secret and when not to, because I don't like ripping the roll away from you guys or bringing out the stupid pipe. For next arc, I'll make some apparatus or something. I don't know.
You'll have the pipe.
Yeah, no.
we love
What we
the- I
can
love
do
the
is
pipe.
we can
I
make
love
some
the
of the
pipe.
tubes, and it'll just go up above this, and then like.
Can make
Yeah,
one of those
we'll
marble
see. I'll have
things.
to figure that out. So
Think of all the dominoes that people make. Like, there's a
Little
way.
Just get one of those
Marble
bank
is a way.
things that.
yeah.
A mailroom thing.
So with that roll, I think there is a kind of a breadth of knowledge I would regard as passive, given the nature of your travels. During the onset of the demon incursion, ever since then, there has been a kind of a trick, if you want to call it, that people would use in order to. In order to, I would say, manipulate demonic entities into not seeing them. One way they would do it is in a place in their body, furthest away from their heart, specifically, which often would be the foot. They would place minor, very mild demonic casts, brandings. This would almost mask the smell to demons. Now, demons are chaotic. Therefore, it only works exactly 50% of the time because they kill each other. But it's 100% if you are clean-marked mortal. And it is quite obvious that this person, that you can't tell what they employed, but you do know based on the position where it is, and when you look at the right foot after seeing this, you kind of just get an overview. You can see multiple of these faint, they almost look like tattooed rings going around the base of the toe. And again, they keep it in places where other humanoids or mortals can't see them. That's usually the trademark, because there's a superstition around it from others as well, that this individual was masking something from something.
I'm gonna take an etching of it.
An etching. Okay, it's very waterlogged and bloated in the same way, like you get the prune.
Annabelle, are you good at sketching things?
I've been training to draw maps and such.
Do you think you could maybe make like a sketching of that mark on his foot? I think it has something to do with either working against demons or like maybe. There's certain brands I've heard of that you can use, and usually it works like 50% though. For demons.
I'll draw a backup sketch.
I'll draw it.
I've been working on my drawing.
She'll sketch
it on
the back of the Delruth map that Viet had drawn.
Uno momento.
Claire has drawn a circle in the dirt.
In the flesh, just with your dog slicer.
Now, question.
Got it.
Rough approximation.
Either for Grim or for Matthew, is the goblin's wound visible?
I think it was on my leg.
It was somewhere on your left,
like
your,
upper
one of
left
your
leg.
sides.
So maybe if he's squatting down, he is like. There's some tears in his pants, so possible, but it would not be readily apparent.
Okay.
Although I guess if I got bitten there,
Yeah.
it would be
The fabric
gashed.
might
There would be
be-
a gash
Plus,
there.
you looked
so
at all of us anyway.
it's possible you can
You were
choose
treating
that
wounds on all of
to
us.
roleplay however you want, and I will respond in kind.
Fair. While he's doing that, Claire, how's the leg doing?
Oh, this little thing. His head twitches a bunch. It honestly seems to be kind of healing. It's closed up, and it's less glowy, which is good.
You were very glowy yesterday.
I was very glowy yesterday.
You're doing great, Annabelle.
I'd hope that it's a
What?
better sign.
That's your sketch.
I think so.
Oh, thank you.
And his finger like twitches a little bit down by his side.
Smacks the shit out of him
Me or her?
on accident.
If it gets worse,
That's all you can make out.
if it gets worse, let me know. I'll do what I can.
Okay, thank you.
So you
Right
get
now, I think
you
it's-
kind of draft the marking from the eyes of Annabelle. It's obviously a waterlogged form of abyssal. Out of all the symbols, only two specifically can really be made out. The third one, because of the way the toe is compressed, is sort of this is disgusting, but the flesh has rended into itself and is now kind of fused as the toe wraps around. So only 2 1/4 symbols can really be conveyed from the symbol around the toe. The rest are so faint that they either are they're too old or too eroded by the water to be able to tell.
Yeah.
Well,
All right, got any other bodies hidden back there?
Nope.
Want to make some bodies up there?
Yes.
Fredrick goes first.
Should Fredrick go first, or should we like check it out first? Just like, what's our plan?
I think we're past checking it out. And he gestures fucking broadly.
How much worse can it be?
All right. Well,
yeah, you never really talked about what you went through, Annabelle. We'll have to talk about it later.
what?
What?
What? What's
So you guys are going to the door.
Fredrick walks.
Okay.
Just
As
saying
you
you never really talked
walk
about
up
what you went
these
through.
flesh stairs,
talking about?
you get to the top and notice that the door is relatively normal.
So it's all fleshy
Like-
except for the door, which
Run
is
around,
like wood.
run away.
Wood. It looks as if it's being, because again the flesh grows in a way that's like a web or a tendrils of slime or a fungus,
Yeah.
Slime mold.
So like the tendrils are still like
the tendrils are
hinge.
trying to get in, but something's like holding them back. It's pushing back.
Oh. Interesting.
Should we look for traps?
I think
Yeah,
it
I will,
wouldn't hurt.
I'm gonna poke around for traps, and I'm gonna light up my lantern
Okay.
to help me
Hey,
do that. Huh?
go for it. As everybody moved up the staircase, Claire drew his bow, notched an arrow, and then just nodded as Torin as they passed, and Torin understands that to be that Claire's hanging back.
Ew.
And I. My lantern has one so that
No,
makes it.
don't draw unless you're gonna shoot.
That makes it
Just
a 20.
Ew.
To do
Just
what?
On the arrow.
To
Look for
check-
traps.
Oh,
Seek.
okay.
That's
Seek.
perception, right? Seek.
Seek. There is no demarcations, no symbology, no subtle hidden wires, nothing you can see. Even magically
these
speaking,
two are
granted, it's very chaotic. And like the corruption is so thick right now. It's difficult to say. And at times, as you look at like the door in particular, looking for traps, it like phases, get like, you know how your eyes can defocus and like when you're tired, your lenses just won't get that. It's like almost hard to keep focus on something, but you dial it in, you raise your lantern, and you sheer force of will, force yourself to perceive reality, and you are unable to detect anything malicious in the form of a trap.
I think it's just the door.
Well, I think we've learned from our past mistakes.
To open the door.
Opening the door. Walk inside.
yes.
Yeah.
I-
Well, do we see
walking
what's
half a step
inside?
behind
It's
Fred.
pure black.
Oh, as
Even to
always.
those-
As always.
Even to those
So,
with dark vision.
Allow me to
Yeah,
to explain a fun fact about demons and the abyss. The abyss is known or theorized by many to be a living entity that understands the desires and intentions of those who are within the abyss. It's a part of what makes the abyss both 50% fun and 50% hell. Because sometimes maybe the abyss shows you a brothel. The other times it shows you an arena that you're now a gladiator in until you're dead. Just depends on the way it feels. So in this case, full of trickery. And it has ways of negating your strengths in some ways.
Sure.
That's the way the thief crumbles.
Shut up.
As we all just stand here before this door that Fredrick just opened,
There's like darkness
Before
like
you-
seeping outside.
before you just walk in, I kind of just like grab you with my shield arm. Maybe we should all touch or something. Hold on to each other that way we don't, lose ourselves. Or I'm just gonna grab you if that's alright.
Do you like that arm?
I do.
That's cool.
I'll hold your hand. How about that?
I slowly let go of Fredrick, and I very imperceptibly grab your cloak. And then I slowly reach out a pinky as I'm holding the hilt of my rapier over to Claire. And I grab his weird twitching pinky. Stop moving!
He pulls it back. He's like, "We're bound together by trust. Go. No more time wasting, Torin."
Walk into
Right.
The darkness.
the darkness.
Embrace!
Embrace the darkness. Embrace
That was actually pretty good.
Thanks.
the darkness.
Not again!
That was the
Do you
wrong
like practice
button.
that in the
That was the
shower?
wrong button.
I sing songs I don't know the lyrics to in the shower.
I sometimes do this.
That was the one that turned off all the lights. As you enter, it's hard to see at first.
Shocker.
There is a draft, not going left to right, but
I don't want to
up
go
and-
to the army.
up and down. There's a draft. You can feel it, almost like something's blowing from the top down. And if you stick your hand out, you can feel the air press against the top of your hand.
Cold or hot?
It is ghastly cold. It's very cold in here. There is a second of light that you can see from the entrance of the doorway, where a staircase wrapping around the wall can be seen going up and to the right, sort of curving, and then down and to the left, curving. Okay. Yeah.
How big is the room? Is it really just kind of like a forward?
The door closes behind you. And the tendrils that have been held off up until now spiderweb across, blocking.
Knew that was coming.
Something wants you here. That much is certain. Almost like an invitation. It felt kind of gentle and planned.
They could have got rid of all the traps then if they wanted to see us.
Gentle and planned. Well, those are demons for you. After a few seconds,
I was gonna say, because he asked how big the room was. I wasn't sure.
after a few seconds of total darkness, emanating from the bottom, deep below, is a light. Like kind of stuttering and like a spotlight beaming up from somewhere where you now notice is a pit in the dead center of the royal plume. For the first time, you see it illuminated. It is a hollowed out cylinder in which a spiral staircase wraps both down and up. If you were to, which you are very close to the edge now, you all notice, simply by looking down, you can see a intense purple light emanating from deep within, somewhere far down. Up top, you can sort of see a light as well, but it's very, very, very faint. But you now know that there's two ways to go. Left, down, or right, up.
My question is, my lantern's not working then. If It's like not counteracting the darkness here.
So there's no more darkness now. It's eliminated.
But when it was,
No, it was like a.
fuck's wrong with this thing?
You hit it right when the spotlight.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
That thing is OP, Annabelle. Why didn't you use that earlier?
It's a lantern. I just found
And
it.
you hear somewhere south. Here we come, Caroline.
Shut up.
No. It is at the moment.
The four
Silent
NPCs
for
are
now,
just
yes.
standing outside the door, Carol.
Dunk, dunk, dunk. Get out of here! We're busy trying to save, I think, the feet. Okay.
We
Fredrick?
were trying to go up, right?
Looking down,
Mm-hmm.
does it look like it would go the entire distance required to reach what Fredrick believes would be ground level?
So the light, purple light, is it's like looking into the sun. So looking into it, maybe. It's difficult to tell. It's like, I can make out the shape of the sun when I look at it, but for
Yeah.
the most part, I'm like, I can't. So you look down, there is an inn somewhere, and it's very bright from what you can tell.
Fredrick heads up.
Heading up the stairs.
Are you guys
behind
sure
him.
we should head up?
Following.
Seems like someone
Lantern
lit a light
lit.
for us down there.
Then go down.
We were trying to go up. We have a mission.
We were trying to go up initially, so it wouldn't hurt to start at least.
All right.
It's
You
right
could
or
be
left.
right, but I think we're closer to top anyways.
Well, there's only two choices. Doesn't matter to me. I'm ready to go. Now that there's light.
Let's go then.
Man, is it like a single file staircase around the?
It's pretty thin. I would say about 2 to 3 feet of stair, and then nothing.
So a 5
No
foot
handrail.
Wait,
No
so are we talking 5 foot square space, or like are we having to squeeze or whatever the term
It-
is?
I
'Cause
won't
that
make you
is mechanical.
squeeze.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Mechanical difference.
So you guys are choosing to go up?
Yes.
Okay. I would like you to give me,
Oh no.
only one person,
Oh.
a number for how many stairs you want to walk up
Fredrick.
before I
Fredrick.
describe your surroundings again.
Fredrick is leading.
Tell something fucking changes.
Okay.
A number.
And Claire is a good like a 6 second worth of movement back, like gap from everybody else,
Mhm.
and they are. Actually, I don't think I can do that. Never mind.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say that to be a dick. I mean, like, he would just
Yeah.
keep walking until you tell me something is worth catching.
Okay.
If it's just fleshy tundra walls and stairs up, he's just.
Okay. So let's look at Fredrick's physical capabilities here.
Alright.
So I'm gonna say what is your dexterity?
Dexterity,
Yeah, your modifier.
2.
Okay. I'm gonna give you about 250 stairs before you start to need to take a
sec.
quick breather. 250. So you start to walk up the stairs. Around, again, not to say you're keeping count, but for you as players, around stair 100, you start to feel heavier. Around stair 150, it's noticeable now. You're like, there is something pulling you down to the stair. Like, almost like gravity itself is increasing. The weight of your sword, which at this point has been comfortable, it feels as if though you strapped on training irons onto the side of it for when you swing with a heavier weight, so you know when you swing the sword you're going to actually cut.
Yeah.
It feels like you have your training irons on bolted on the sides of your sword, and the bolts that line from top to bottom, same as your original sword and shield, you had those as well. It feels like you have them on. The same can be equivalent to all of you guys.
Annabelle starts unloading like one rock at a time from her bag as it's getting heavier.
So do you like
she's
put it on the
"This is-
stairs? Do you throw
this
it off
one's
the
fine."
side? What do you do?
She
with them?
leaves them sitting on the stairs with the
staircase.
hope that she'll come back down this way and be able to pick them up.
You can hear the
Around
background,
stair-
"Whoa, this is a really cool rock. Whoa, another cool rock. This place isn't so bad."
Around stair 200. I wouldn't argue that it's unbearable, but for those with lower dexterities, it's starting to become a massive problem.
Oh.
Finally, at 250,
Oh, I get
you
it.
have to
I
sit
went the wrong
down.
way.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that having sit down, you're going to look around at your surroundings. I'm okay. There's nothing different. You look up at the top of the staircase, and it seems like there's another 1,000-something flights to go. You look at the bottom, and the light is just as close as it looked when you first started.
Can we see if Claire looked behind them? Can we see the door that we entered?
No.
Okay.
250 stairs up, probably not.
Cool. That's why
right,
I was
okay.
checking.
At least we moved.
Yeah.
That was what he was checking. I think.
I bet we're getting
Oh, is it a loop?
pretty
Yeah.
close.
Yeah.
Right, Fredrick? Gosh, I'm out of shape. Oh,
You're looking great.
thanks.
I could keep
Real
going.
thick.
I could.
Starting to get a little harder, but
A little lightheaded.
I think whatever's let us be in here, it wants us to go down.
Still way back here.
Do we want to listen to what it wants us to do or just keep going?
I think we're in its domain. I don't know if we have much of a choice.
No,
That's
fuck it.
Just take one more step.
She takes another step and she's like,
So you guys are continuing up the stairs.
well, I don't know.
That's kind of a general poll.
Well,
Ah.
if
Would I be able to make a statement to a +4 strength modifier?
A statement?
Yeah.
Like-
could I just push through?
Just
Oh,
sprint
because
through.
you would have to do definitely. I would argue is athletics for pure like
Force.
like forcing yourself up. I would imagine that would be athletics. Kind of imagine dexterity is like a continued sort of process. How long can you continue the physical action over, and then strength would be like how like the brute force of something. So
Sprinter versus a
Maybe.
marathon.
marathon runner, yeah.
23 total.
23. So, gritting your teeth,
Oh, God,
summoning
he's
your
still
will,
going.
you continue up the stairs.
I want to run my hand along the wall as we continue upward. They're like the fleshy walls, right?
Yeah.
Can I try reading the psychometric resonance on the wall?
Sure.
See if it. I don't.
What does it do?
I don't think I make a roll.
Oh,
I
my
think
legs
it's just,
hurt.
like,
what that fleshy wall
basic-
do?
It is technically objects.
Is there like a
So
crack
if it doesn't
within
work because
flesh?
it's not an object, that is fine.
That's a difficult distinction.
Is a building
What
an
is
It's a
object?
classical?
building.
Yeah, is an entire city conditioned
But it's
as
flesh.
an object? Whatever.
Depends.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, to a
Yeah.
god, yeah.
So, what's it do?
Significant emotional resonance
Goddess.
attached to the object. I just sense it.
Okay.
And stuff.
And
What do you keep
stuff.
going?
And stuff.
So you sense it. Sense its motive, sense its... What do you
Just
call
like,
it? Like attending?
Just emotional, like just the emotion tied to the object, the thing.
the emotion tied.
Emotion tied to the
Emotional damage.
psychic impressions. Less
Psych-
on objects.
Okay. So as you pull the object,
I will.
you feel an intense... I don't think I have a better word. Sleepiness.
Oh,
Like a tired,
interesting.
like a rest. It seems I wouldn't classify it as dormant, but it is currently inactive. Like on the calm before the storm, a breath before the exhale. It feels in a state like on the precipice, but it's definitely not how you would classify it in your emotional vocabulary. Active and kicking up a storm or something like that. It's very passive at the moment.
Interesting.
So, up, down,
Keep going.
left, right.
Well,
We're just following Fredrick.
but at this point, I don't
They
think.
can't make it.
Yeah,
Mm.
I
Fredrick
definitely.
would turn around.
Witten
So you guys
definitely
have to go
couldn't.
down. How many stairs?
Oh, you're giving up already, Fredrick? As I get one stair above you.
Torin, we're turning around.
Thank God.
Which one?
Oh,
Well,
just
we went
kidding.
250 up, so we'll go at least 250 down.
Mm-hmm.
Where we
Okay.
started, hopefully.
So you go down 250 in the hopes of retracing your steps.
Wow, a cool rock.
Wait, that's mine.
So as you guys walk down, there are no rocks.
Oh no, I lost.
There's
my
also,
rock.
as you get to stair 250,
No door.
which I'm assuming some passive intelligences of individuals. No door. No door.
It was here.
Is it easier to walk though?
Yeah, it
Like
lessens.
immensely?
It lessens.
It's like when you have like someone like on your shoulders for a long time and
Yeah,
you let
you're
them
like,
go and you're
oh.
like, whoa, I could float. I'm gonna fly.
There's-
I'm gonna start flying.
There's a
I could fly away right
there's
now.
the book Rendezvous with Rama. They're like on the outskirts of Rama. You know what Rama is? It's an interstellar ship that humanity finds as dormant, and on the outskirts as they land, it's Arthur C. Clarke book. It's zero gravity, but there's this like 3,000 long staircase and ladder, and as they go down it, gravity from the centrifugal force kicks in, and they like freak out and almost like slowly start to fall to the ground from the center, because in the dead center of the
Yeah.
cylinder there's no gravity at
Yeah.
all. But as you start to go further, you get like it's like like you start to feel that loosening as you're climbing up the Rama's ladder. You start to feel
Like I said, we're in its domain. So,
By all means.
So then what does it want? Because
I think
It wants us to go down in it.
Fredrick's
Okay,
gonna
go down.
kind of reach into his pack and
Okay.
pull out a piece of chalk
okay,
and flick it in the middle.
flicking into the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, you watch it as it falls, very difficult to see, and that's all you perceive at the moment.
Already think of what I'm thinking.
No, I
We're
won't
not
down.
jumping.
Okay, start walking
I was
down.
also
I
thinking
wasn't
of,
gonna think about that.
I was.
How many
but that's
stairs?
okay.
Let's think of using rope like last time.
250 again.
Yeah, let's go 250.
250.
250.
Oh
250.
my
Stair
god,
100.
There's a lot of stairs.
Stair 100. You feel lighter. Stair 150. Lighter still. Stair 200. If you're not careful, you almost can just by stepping can push yourself off 4 or 5 feet off. If you're not careful, it's becoming like kind of a skip, like a skittering down.
Already
Annabelle's having way too
A
much
stair.
fun with that.
Do what?
Annabelle's having way too much fun with that. Skipping stairs.
At stair 250, you watch as you see the chalk that you threw down is slowly
Going back.
going back up.
We could jump and just go back and forth.
I don't think we want to do that right now.
It could be fun though.
I kind of think it'd be fun too.
Right? Okay.
Let me
focus.
ask you
So
then,
you get to
how would you
250.
prepare
You are
yourself?
so at 2. Did you go all the way to 250?
Once it started getting dangerously light, I believe he would stop.
Okay. So around that's difficult for me to ascertain.
Okay, at 200 then.
200. So you're at 210, 200. By simply standing still, you just normalize like a couple of inches off of the stairs.
When Claire sees that from 50 feet back, he freezes.
Okay.
Claire, this is super fun.
Fredrick will get back
So
up.
you're jumping?
She's doing little jumps down multiple stairs.
Okay. So as you do a jump around stair 200, are you doing this?
Yeah.
Okay. Around 200, there is
That's
this
the red button.
this subtle, bizarre, gut-wrenching shift where the gravity pulls you towards the underside of the top stairs, and you, you fall pretty hard and take 3 points of bludgeoning damage from your fall. So you manage to right yourself. You all of a sudden feel extremely heavy again.
You son of a...
No, it's like those drawings that like the staircase.
Non-Euclidean.
Ah.
Yes.
Ugh.
Welcome to hell.
Great.
And I'm
You're upside down compared to
like,
like,
upside.
You're basically upside
Can
down.
I like stand upright?
Um,
And I'm
as
heavy
you
and
notice-
I'm like looking at
go ahead.
them.
Yeah, you're basically looking up at them, and you notice those are your rocks.
You son of...
They're your rocks right over there, just a few feet down, a few staircases down.
I'm gonna go get my rocks.
So you
See if I
struggle
can.
to arm
yeah.
and crawl again, loosening the gravity as you go to get your rocks.
And,
Guys!
and she's going up higher as it's starting to become like lesser and lesser gravity.
Listen, I can't help
If-
you here.
Like,
If the
we
stairs
see her
line
though,
up-
right?
You see her,
I'm going like down to get the rocks.
Yeah.
But up compared
Which means
to
I'm going
us.
up
But it
compared
looks
to us, so
like-
I'm going back towards
it
you.
looks like you're going up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's down for you.
He just looks petrified.
What's up? Hey, hey,
He's twitching.
we're gonna figure it out. Hey,
He's twitching
Hey.
more.
Now, hold on.
Look.
Role play the gravity. Come on. no, like it's crushing. It's very.
No,
Oh, yeah.
no. Do a
Okay.
handstand.
it's gonna be fine.
Do a handstand.
Or all four of us.
Nothing
Hey,
gets
listen.
Annabelle down.
Don't put up on that ceiling right now.
Spider-Man.
What are we paying
I was wondering why you bolted shoes to the ceiling.
Why didn't you build this, dude? I actually could have with Magnus. I could have done that. But no.
It's okay.
Okay.
It sounds like a headache.
I mean,
Yeah, no, I think I'm okay.
Annabelle, how's it?
That
What's going on?
So it's really heavy, like when we went up, but... And then my rocks are here, so I think I'm back on the top.
We're in a loop. All right.
do you see the door?
Do I see the door?
No.
Yeah. No. Not really. Claire?
Is this one of those moments when we split up again like last time?
No.
Can...
He likes-
Oh, that's gonna be harder.
What's up?
About a minute has passed since you guys are conversing. I want you all to roll a perception check for me.
I voluntarily.
Minus you.
I'm gonna use the
relinquish-
big one.
Minus
I
me.
cannot perceive
see
right now.
It's an 11 for Witton. And I have a decent perception mod, so that's
Fun fact.
20.
Sorry. If I wasn't fatigued, I would have passed that last check.
15.
23.
Nice.
Only you. Notice out of the corner of your eye, the chalk rocketing super fast down.
Only you.
So the way you dropped it, it is now rocketing down. Last time you saw it, it was floating back up.
Is Fredrick saving?
Hey,
You could
hey.
see he's bit his lip, and there's like a little bit of blood trickling out of his mouth.
Claire, if you need to, just go back the other direction for a
Yeah,
moment.
walk this way with me.
And
Maybe
he's
we'll meet in the middle.
Slowly
Does
backing
that work?
up. Back up
possible.
the stairs.
And I'm mirroring
Ori-
his walk
OG
from the
stairs.
ceiling.
Fredrick will go up a couple of stairs just to regain his gravity.
Okay.
And then he's just going to sit and stare in the middle.
Okay.
Stare at the light.
For how long?
He's just going to look, not at lights, but
I know, but how long are you staring forward?
unless someone stops him, I'm going to say at least 5 minutes.
Well, if
Nothing
he,
happens. Not a thing. No chalk, no nothing.
if he stopped on the stairs, do you want to share? Did you find something?
The chalk flew by.
The one that you dropped?
Yes,
It was floating, wasn't it?
it was. But as we get higher, we got heavier, right?
Right.
So if the chalk got high enough to get heavy enough, eventually it would have been shot down. And then if it had enough force, it would just keep going past whatever's down there to stop it. But could we survive such a thing?
I think we just gotta go
Isn't
for
that the
it.
question for everything?
Would
Can
we
we
survive?
This seems crazy, but can we live?
Honestly, now that I know that that's why you've been sitting here on the stairs for 5 minutes, I'm thinking we've got to jump.
We could try.
No.
No, don't worry
Hang
about
on.
it.
No.
No. It's not even like jumping.
No.
You remember that one time?
The
You know
player
that one
resists
time?
the urge to throw Torin in. The player resists the urge.
Just roll. Just roll. Roll for it.
Don't
Fredrick,
make
if
a
you-
choice.
Is there a way
He
that
does not
Don't
throw
rely
Torin.
I
on
could
the
make
dice.
just a general
Just choose.
intelligence
Choose. Be a man.
check just
Be a
to
man.
see, like, to infer from what
Be a
Fredrick
role
said
player.
about the chalk?
Be a role player.
Is there any way that a roll would be able to help decide
I
if
think-
it was safe?
I think that's all the information you can
Okay.
get. There's just
That's
I
fair.
don't
That's fair.
logic is defied by the abyss.
Yep.
So let's go up, go grab Annabelle, since she's all the way up there anyway, and then just jump off.
I don't think we need to walk back up. I think we might just be able to do what she did and go low enough and then jump.
Well, I'm no scientist or nothing like that, but he dropped his choke. Where did he drop it? Was it up high or was it towards the middle?
We were higher.
The top and
He
bottom
dropped it
were
from the top
different.
and it disappeared.
Right.
That means we should jump from the top
Light at the
and then
bottom.
disappear.
Depends on perspective, right? Kinda
Right.
hurts, doesn't it?
No, that's my point, is-
initially, was the light...
Did it switch because I switched?
Did it switch because you switched? So you're asking.
Like, from my perspective now, the light's on top.
There's only one way to test that theory.
By looking?
Well, no, what are you asking me?
When we walked into the spire, light was downwards,
Yeah.
sky was upwards.
Yeah.
But she's opposite now.
And now, and so now looking up looks like there's the light.
No.
No, the light's
No,
still
the light's
on the bottom. Okay, thank you.
That's what we were asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's weird.
Witton, at this point, is just going to go down the steps and then basically try and follow what Annabelle did. Just a little more clumsily.
Okay, I want you to roll a dice for me. Make it an acrobatics for your case, because we're gonna.
4.
Okay.
I wanted to be the first one to jump.
No, I mean, like, jump as in...
So
He's gonna go to the
You're trying
staircase.
to-
I'm trying to get where
Scared.
Annabelle is,
Yeah.
not jump in the middle.
With a 4.
So I understand.
Okay, okay.
So you jump and kind of like rocket like this, and the gravity stays the same. You bonk your head against the stairs and float back down.
Annabelle, how did you do that?
I was just jumping down the stairs. Maybe you need to go down farther.
I was where you were, but alright.
Well,
I'm going to try again.
then
and
just
Roll again.
Yep. 13.
Okay. This time, when you jump, you accidentally put a little bit too much forward momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of, instead of going like this, you're going like this.
Mhm.
And your body starts to contort equals. And you start to feel your feet are dragged up by the gravity. But right at the last second, you kind of jolt in fear, and your head kind of levels out, and you land back down.
This really isn't as easy as you made it look. And I really don't want to walk back up another 400 steps.
I do a handstand.
Good job.
she like bends and like kicks her legs up.
I want you to do an acrobatics.
Yeah, baby.
Oh my gosh. Come on.
No.
Hero point?
Yeah.
Oh my
Fuck
god.
that is
Another
great.
one.
Really?
Another one.
Just try it.
You're really using a hero point on...
Wait,
Yes, I am.
wait 1
Did
minute.
you just
let
use
him-
a...
You could just
No,
try
it's,
again.
it is too late now.
What? Yeah, I'm using my hero point on this.
Okay.
Annabelle deserves it. There we go. 20.
Upon easily doing a handstand, you notice that you feel perfectly light. And you're able to, with your fingers, push you off and slowly float right back to where you were.
Guys, I think I figured it out. Your feet determine where the gravity go. You got to get it, and then
Keep going, I'm sorry.
you have to. If you want to get
I have
on
to
the heavy
invert
side, you
myself.
have to get your feet above your head.
Oh, God.
You're actually crying?
I was sitting, I'm sorry, I can't control myself. Like, I was sitting here thinking, like, my God, she got it. You say that. Okay.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh, go for it. Oh my
Meet me
God.
tonight.
You have to
Sorry.
get your feet under you to stay on the stairs. Well, above you. Depends on the way you look at it.
Alright.
When she when she jumped to the other staircase, she was immediately heavy, correct? From when she was light, she turned heavy.
Sorry, one more time.
She was light, she went up to the
Heavy.
staircase, heavy. She flipped herself upside down on the heavy staircase and was light.
Light.
All right, let's go up. No. I got it.
I'm so sorry.
Fredrick, I'll go up there.
You're failing successfully.
Yep, that sounds great. That's
I'll leave it at that for
Yeah.
that's perfect for Annabelle.
We can go up the
Fredrick
two.
is
Perfect
going
for
to
Annabelle.
walk to the middle of the stairs. He's going to sit And he's going to look up at the stairs above him. And he's going to kind of prepare himself for what he thinks is going to happen. Like, brace his body. He's going to think, I want to walk there. I want that to be where my feet are.
Sorry. Nothing happens.
It's not that.
Try doing a handstand.
Technically, it did work.
I'll do a handstand.
And I'm back on the light side now.
Acrobatics then.
I'm gonna watch somebody else
Chunky
do it.
die.
I know, I'm using my chunky die too.
Acrobatics, that is a 12.
Okay. You go to do the handstand, and you feel yourself light for a second. You feel lighter, heavier.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting myself
Yep.
confused now. You're on the light side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
I'm on
as
the
you-
right side
back
upside.
on the light
So
side.
now I'm upside down.
Okay, so as soon as you do that, like a rocket, you plummet down. I want you to roll a reflex saving throw for me.
Yeah. Come on.
You roll the same thing.
Reflex save, that's a 17.
Okay. You manage to brace for impact and land kind of perfectly, but you still are going to get only one point of bludgeoning damage because the gravity is so much higher here.
It's how do you orient yourself?
Yeah.
No,
That's-
it's how your feet are
How
pointed.
your feet are pointed. Look, I'm telling you, I figured it out.
I'm so sorry. Like
That
I was
was really
like,
funny.
she's getting it. It's where your feet are pointing. Oh.
She's just laying on her back on the heavy side, just feet pointed directly up.
Yeah.
No.
No, I know.
We're on the light side right now, though.
We are.
I'm on the heavy side now.
I bet if you...
I'm just gonna jump in the middle. I can't take it anymore. I wanna know what happens.
You're doing it.
Oh. I think though, if you controlled the way you were in the air as you fell, you might be able to control your speed. If you tried to, you make yourself light and then you make yourself heavy.
It's really heavy here. It's really heavy.
Okay, well just go downstairs then.
I'm gonna try to do it again. I tried to do a handstand,
Strength. This would be an athletics check this time.
but this time I'm gonna try to level out. Like I said, when I get towards the middle,
Okay.
I'm using my red dice this time.
Yeah.
That was terrible. Athletics.
What?
Athletics.
I was like, oh, huh?
Like, was that a word? Dwarvish?
Yeah.
I got a 9.
Oh.
You died. No. Okay.
we
So
all know
you
what's happening.
Game over.
Death number 2.
It's the Dark Souls for
So you go to push and it's not working for you, and you kind of just roll over on your butt again. You can't really quite orient.
Did a somersault.
There's a brief section of time where you feel yourself light, but the momentum was carried through, and you kind of roll over. So by the time you're back on your back, kind of sitting up, you are still feeling crushed.
I just want to lay
How
down.
far away is he?
So I kind of imagine you guys like 5 up. So Annabelle kind of jumping and doing flips and being stupid, doing like the last
Yes.
one being what was it the pretty impervious. I forgot what I made you roll. You did pretty well,
Yeah.
and you got up to the top. So I'd be like Annabelle.
But Annabelle came back down.
I'd say Fredrick.
Yeah.
Goblin's a back a ways,
Way-
and I'd say Torin probably in between, and so Torin's like here. So if you have two bands, they're like you're here. And
Annabelle is now on the light
Annabelle
side.
went down the heavy stairs and then came back to
Oh, that's
the
right.
light side. So
Yeah.
I'm over by Claire now,
Okay.
in the back of the line.
Can I get basically underneath or overhead perspective from Torin?
You can walk down to where Torin is, sure.
I'm just like laying on my back, staring straight
how's my
down at
gravity?
you.
Do what?
How's my gravity?
It's around the same, very light, very, as you're looking up at him like that.
What
What are you doing? You better say it out loud.
Throw a rope at him.
There we go.
Throwing a rope.
There you go.
Okay. So as you throw the rope, you notice that the rope, in fact, it just keeps going, and then it, like very light, bonks it, and you see the tip of the rope curve down a little bit. And then it
Falls back. Oh.
clunks back. And it remains kind of flat against it. Did that make sense, what I just described?
Yes.
Okay. I know we're going into some weird places right now.
What happened?
Temperature check.
Gravity. I don't think you grasp the gravity of this situation.
I'm a fighter.
And with that, Grimm's Dungeon is canceled.
I did it!
This is the
Happy New Year!
We're escaping!
It's the toughest
We're getting out,
sit-up
folks.
I've ever done. But I do the sit-up.
Okay.
And I grab the rope. And I start just trying to pull myself up.
Systematically with you pulling. So you're looking up and pulling. As you keep getting wrenched up and wrenched up and wrenched up, I'm going to say with the bulk of you both trying to make it both, I think I'm going to just give it to you.
Okay.
You get to where you guys are basically head to head, but you still feel like you're being ripped down somewhere, and you are starting to feel yourself actually, weirdly, you're not lifting up, but you feel yourself like there's a weird sort of imbalance now, somewhere in your core where something doesn't feel right as he gets closer and closer to you. Again, you don't feel like you're being pulled up, but you still feel light. It feels light, like pulling down doesn't feel like light. It's starting to become, something's not feeling right. Something's feeling very unnatural.
Turn head over heels.
I turned head over heels.
Okay, so you flip yourself over.
I'm still holding the rope.
So you're gonna have to
I'm
do.
like Spider-Man
You're gonna have to do an athletics check to try to pull, like on the rope, pull your feet up and rotate your head around.
Are you going to tell me that Torin's not a stripper?
Tuck your pelvis first
You
and then
serious?
use your
You
shoulders.
think he hasn't done pole dancing classes?
Did
Push
you
the
just
pole
take control
away
of his
from you.
character?
Let's see. Has he?
Athletics, you said?
Yep.
14.
Okay.
He
He was on the afternoon shift.
And you're trying to lift your feet. You're kind of bending yourself, but your head again remains in the same position, and you're like lifting. And it gets to the point where you definitely knock something over down there. You get to the point where you just can't hold it anymore, and your legs fall, and you actually skid down and just kind of burn your hands on the rope as you go down.
Do you want to try? I'm a little heavier on this side.
So fucking heavy.
I'll just hold on
Fredrick
to
is
the
going to
rope.
start walking to get heavier, but drag the rope with him.
Okay. So it's
going
going to
up
take a
the
while
stairs.
to do that.
Yeah.
You hear the smash of metal. I guess it would be not a smash. You hear a sound, and you turn and see that Claire has slammed his hand against the wall.
Or
And
it would
his
be a
dog
splat.
splat. And his dog slicer is at his hand, and there's a smear of blood on the wall. And then he sprints down the stairs, and he jumps and tries to put his feet against the wall
Okay, so you're trying to...
between the staircases.
Okay, you're going to have to make... I'm going to go acrobatics on this particular one.
Okay. And I was like a little bit behind them, so I wasn't as light, but I sprinted
Yeah.
down to where it was lighter. It was my intention.
Claire, what the hell was that?
13.
Okay. You run, jump, and you like kind of Willy Wonka move yourself, and for a second, you feel no pull at all. And then, oh crap, too far, and get sucked right in. But luckily, because you're trying to force yourself up against the wall, you skidded down, kind of slid down
Sure.
the wall and slammed into it. Yeah.
Staircases in between the staircases.
What?
Staircases in between the staircases.
In the walls? Or...
Gravity goes up, gravity goes down, gravity in the center.
His eyes are closed.
We're gonna walk up
Okay.
and down the wall.
I'll
In
do whatever
between.
you say.
I want to try again.
Okay.
How would that...
Go again. I'll give you an advantage since you've started to come up with a potential solution here.
That one is a 24.
Okay. So upon that particular attempt,
I snap open.
you and you manage to perfectly land, and it feels normalized. The gravity feels completely normal.
And now I'm walking like this compared to
You were
everybody
walking
else.
like
Yeah.
this.
Like
Now
that.
you notice
Then
straying a
don't
little
pull
left or
down.
right has consequences,
Yeah.
but you feel stable now.
Now which way do we walk?
From this perspective, it feels like you're in some sort of pipe again. It's and as you look, kind of like up over the ledge of the stairs, you notice looking back and forth that there's lights on both sides now.
I think that's a decision we can make once you all join me.
I mean, I
I
tried
give
to
it
do
a
And as
that.
he's doing this, he's like biting his shirt and like ripping off, and you can see like he like cut the tip of his finger off to break his frozen reverie as he stared at you all.
All right.
Okay.
I'm giving myself a little bit of
No
damage
idea
for
what that means.
Witton is gonna.
That's about right. I took 4 points of damage.
Nice.
He's gonna try and get to the lowest point of gravity that we've gotten to, and he's gonna try and do the same thing Claire did. and
You're able to do it
inside.
relatively easily. Is
Okay.
everyone trying to replicate this?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll allow, for the sake of time, my sanity, that after seeing it done successfully, you are able to replicate it. You use your
Where you
sword
plant
as a
your feet, point
balancing,
at the
like kind
wall,
of like
you go to
one
the
of
wall.
these, where you can feel the weight
You're
like shifting
wrong.
before you get too far because you're so bulky. You are able to Torin your way there.
Torin your way there.
I tried doing it with the rope and it didn't work.
And the rest of you are able to make it with relative ease. You are now all, I would say, grouped together in a state of equilibrium, and you see the exact same perspective now that, oh, this is a tunnel, not a shaft. Interesting.
Is it possible to reorient ourselves mentally to figure out which way up was?
Sounds like a sense direction.
You might, I mean, I think you can,
Yeah.
like, reach
Sense
your
direction
hand out
action.
and see if you feel like a pull, then that's the
Then
way. If you
that's
feel
up.
like a weightlessness or almost a
that's down.
resistance, like it's like pushing away from you,
Yeah.
then that would be enough.
Fredrick would use his greatsword to assist him in figuring it out, and then head back in the upward direction.
Okay. So that would be if you're standing behind you. It's what
Going
you
that way.
determine. So you start walking that way. The
Yeah.
rest of you follow.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
Yes.
You walk, and for a while nothing changes. Though this seems right. Okay. It feels right. It feels
Feels
more
normal.
normal.
Yeah.
So you continue walking. There's about a 3-foot sort of section where you can walk comfortably before it starts to deviate one way or the other.
I can't wait till after the session where you actually explain what the actual mechanics for that are.
It was what
You guys got it.
Yeah,
You're
which way we
like-
orient ourselves.
I just said it in a dumb
You
way.
just said it in a way I wasn't prepared for.
It was very, very funny. A way that made him cry laughing.
Just like, oh,
Ballet dancers
she's got
are
it.
excellent at this.
She's got it. My feet go forward and make no stuff. I was like, okay, well, close
Wherever
enough.
my
feet
feet
are
point,
sailing.
my body
So, okay.
follows.
You walk for a while. After about, 15 or so minutes of just walking, you feel normal, it's fine. There is something carved into the wall, the fleshy wall. You have noticed that the lights are not getting any further or closer. They're staying equidistant this whole 15-minute walk. But after all this time, you see carved into the side of the wall and this permanent damage. It's still like sizzling. It feels like really new. You see some abyssal, which you easily translate. Show how far you're willing to go. That's all it says.
What have you got?
Before your eyes, the wall heals.
It said, show how far you are willing to go.
Do you think that means like something retro or something more like metaphysical or something?
It sounds like we have to walk for a while.
Or we don't walk at all because fuck them.
We're in its domain, like the guy said.
I do like your attitude about this though.
Fredrick is just going to take his left hand and place it over the marks.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Keep walking.
Keep walking. How long?
Same.
Again, we're
How long?
Samesies.
Fine.
We'll go,
Little legs are
go
tired.
another 5 minutes.
Nothing's changed. How long?
Maybe we should walk for an hour.
How long did it take to get to that writing again?
It felt about, the player to GM, about 15 minutes. I don't know if Fredrick would necessarily be able to time that in his head, but about 15 minutes of walking. So maybe you have like a sensibility there. Like, do you want to try to like feel it out to walk the same?
Yes.
Is that what you're looking for? The same words emblazoned in the flesh of the wall. Show how far you are willing to go.
Same thing.
Same thing.
I don't think it means distance-wise anymore.
No, I think it means what are we willing to sacrifice?
Well, what have we got? What do we have with us?
That they cared about? 4 arms, 2 legs, and a head.
You can also think of another possibility, at least. What we found in the Arcane District. What Vilak had in his lab.
I don't think they cared about that.
I'm not sure if they do, though.
What?
It says, well, did say,
Yeah.
as he's like looking behind him now, show how far you're willing to go.
Well, it was about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm willing
Do
to
you
go.
think, does that seem like enough?
No, I think it means what are you willing to sacrifice to continue forward?
Everything.
Out of curiosity, have you tried cutting into the wall like you did down in the sewer?
Nope. And I fucking stab the ground.
Similar results. It rins, but as soon as you pull it out, it
Yeah.
reseals.
All right.
It's very fast.
Worth a shot,
Pointless.
at least.
No, you're not wrong.
Show how far you're willing to go.
We could try the initial idea and reorient and jump into the middle. It's an idea, at least.
Well, that was the only one that didn't have terrible repercussions, and it looks like it goes on forever, but I don't know if that's what it means. Maybe it does, though. You know, how far are you willing to go? Are you willing to really give your life for it?
When you say, like, it doesn't look like distance has changed at all, same thing with, like, the light.
The lights look looks like just the same.
Okay.
It's very difficult. Almost maddening. So it's all the details are the same. Even you've lost the rocks by this point. I've lost track of them.
So, picked them.
I know you loved them.
It was really hard to part with them, but they were so heavy.
I'll do it. I'll try to jump in the middle.
Okay.
Do you want a rope?
Nope.
I think
That's right. That's what we say. We say no.
So I
Show them what you
disorient
got.
myself.
Okay.
I go towards the heavier side.
Okay. So you fall
Yes.
and okay. I want you to make a reflex saving throw then, if that's what you're going to choose to do.
And the reason I do that is because Torin's brain, he saw him drop the chalk from the heavy side.
Mm.
And so going up and doing this heavy side.
Yeah, it's fair.
Reflex saving throw is a 22.
Okay. You manage to actually slide down the wall, bracing you for your impact. You manage to land.
Observing Claire as last time.
From where you're at, orientation, how far up and down, it can be confusing, but it does feel quite heavy here.
I kind of like take a moment for myself and I just say a silent prayer in my head that, well, Caden, if this doesn't work, I tried, and I fall forward.
Okay.
I just want to dive
Okay.
right into the middle.
So,
Dive
as
with
you
feet first.
fall, it's... Make an acrobatics for me.
Lovely.
Acrobatics is 17.
Okay. As you fall, you struggle to maintain your stability. You struggle to keep your head oriented in the way that you know is correct. So you kind of like stepped off to keep your head oriented where it's heavy. And I'm assuming that's what you try to do, correct? Like trying to use the heavy momentum to make you go down, or how?
Yeah.
Okay. You struggle at first. There are some times where your feet start to kick up, and as they say, wherever your feet are pointed is where the gravity goes. No, that's not what happens. But you manage to mostly readjust, and you fall and fall and fall.
Trying to keep a perfect pencil dive to get the force.
You four don't see him at all. He just vanishes. Again, your understanding of this space is that it's like a loop, right? So it
Yeah.
should like loop forever, but he's not coming back. So I want you to make another acrobatics for me.
Alright, Torin.
This will be the last one.
Sweet.
Make your best one your last.
Acrobatics, you said that's a 22.
Nice.
Okay.
Stick the landing.
You keep orienting yourself the way that you determined to, despite almost flipping over, and you manage to keep the path. What do you know? The light grows until you fall right through it.
I'll follow Torin anywhere.
So you dive after Torin.
For the third time since we've started playing, the Goblin falls. But for the fourth time in his life.
He is falling.
Damn.
So, same process. Acrobatics check one for me.
One for me, one for you.
I think your dice are loaded.
Well,
First one's a 13.
This is a 13. Okay, you go forward at first, but then
3 4s.
but then
Jeez.
an ice pick in your heart forms. You realize what's happening. You're falling at terminal velocity, probably more, and instinctively you push back and you start to slow. And as you do, you see.
You just hear, ah!
The three of them standing and staring at you as you fall, as you start to slow down. Roll a reflex saving throw.
Not a 4, not a 4, not a 4.
Let's go 7. Total of a 17.
Okay, so you are trying, I'm guessing, to go back the heavy way.
Yeah.
So you try to reorient yourself and manage to do it, and you start to fall. And whoa, there they go. But this time the opposite direction. As you fall. One more for me.
Come on. Come
Torin,
on.
I believe in you. I'm gonna catch up.
A 4.
Is it?
Stop rolling that
No,
die.
it's not a 4.
Okay, it's not
It's
a 4.
a 3.
It's not.
It's a 2.
It was a 6.
It is higher than a 4.
It is.
15 total.
Okay, that'll just about do it. You manage barely to hold your wits, stay forward. The light approaches.
He's like biting where he like to keep himself focused. He's like put that finger in his mouth.
A
and just,
grounding.
Like, sinking into
Yeah.
it.
A grounding bite.
Sharp
wound.
teeth.
That leaves you 3.
Yep. Alright. If they seem to not come back, I'll do the same.
I
And
came
off
back
you
once.
You did, yeah.
Good job. You all fucking killed yourselves.
8.
8.
Get out.
You
were supposed to
instantly,
just-
No.
all you had to do
instantly
was-
start spinning out of control. You watch as he goes so like in a circle. It's really hard to watch just from the mental perspective.
Like watching a butterfly.
I want you to make a reflex saving throw to try to orient yourself.
Better at those. What is that? 22.
You manage to, after like you're starting to spin outwards and the centrifugal force is starting to pull you towards the wall, you manage to time it to where you can push yourself on the stone stairs and start falling again. One more for me.
Fucking hate demons.
Nice.
From there on out, knowing the game, you pencil dive into the
Gold!
That leaves you 2.
Goal! These are skulls.
Let's get some rolls,
Also
baby!
Skull cheers. And also
Are we going?
natural
Fredrick
20.
says fuck it. I ain't doing it.
Where do you think it leads?
Back tuck.
Can I give a suggestion? Potentially carrier.
I was thinking that.
Oh, my bad. I was thinking like ease of access. Oh, you would have a mild disadvantage if you choose to do that, but it could get 2 shots in one. Up to you though.
Are you ready?
Fred's gonna stare down the tunnel for a minute. As he'll start getting closer, Annabelle.
Yeah, it's weird that y'all are like standing like sideways in the tunnel and you just see.
Do you see that?
What?
And I grab her.
Yeah.
All right. First one with a disadvantage is a
I
minus
think
2.
they're coming back.
In acrobatics.
I'm
Oh god.
so good
You should have held him.
I was gonna say, I was like,
Can I
13.
try to wrestle
Okay.
control of this drop from?
As you jump,
Now you're gonna cause problem.
you feel Annabelle tense. I'm guessing kind of wrapped around your neck or so, like, or you kind of grab. She starts to thrash a bit,
Okay.
which puts you off balance, starting to force you in one direction. Reflex saving throw.
Natural 1
Can
for a total
I
of
was gonna
10.
say this now. Unless she allowed Fredrick to grab her, she would be able to contest.
she wouldn't contest. She's just very caught off guard.
So, due to her shenanigans, you are thrown off balance and kind of arc into the gravity side of the stairs, the heavy gravity, and clash, dealing 2 points to you, and to you, that would be 3 points of bludgeon to you.
On his tummy.
If you'd like to try again.
What the fuck was that? I can jump on my own. You can't. You.
He's listening but not responding.
You're no.
Ladies first.
We go at the same time, but you just don't hold me.
You talk a lot.
Yeah, you know that about me.
What?
What?
I jump.
Okay, you know the drill.
Such
She
an
does a
ass.
clean
Acrobatics?
double back tuck.
Right?
Yeah.
18?
Okay, you manage to hold your stability as you plummet.
Yeah, see, I'm good at this.
She yells back up at Fredrick.
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I'm doing fine.
Damn, you must have done really good.
He'll get up and he'll
Good
just
form.
look.
Good form.
And then he'll steal himself and jump.
Okay.
Just like he stole Annabelle.
Another natural 1.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do.
We're gonna kill Fredrick.
You go for it. You're able to keep your stability, but what you're not able to do is keep your oriental direction, meaning closer, further away. You're not able to stay dead center.
Oh.
So you start to fall at a rapid rate
Bam.
and slowly go towards the ladder, the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
And dunk, you clash against it, dealing more damage. That's gonna deal 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Ooh. But you're falling. One more from both of you, please. One more.
Is he...
Acrobatics.
Come on, guys.
Just do it.
Come
Let's
on.
roll.
Not with this
Come
I
on.
know, I'm thinking about maybe trying to see if I could flip myself and get back to him and then flip myself again and help him
just-
as he
That'd be
falls.
like
do it.
3 more
Just
rolls.
Whatever!
Do
Just
it.
You're
point
so
your feet
far
in the correct
away.
direction.
12.
12. Okay. You start to give me a reflex saving throw for the sake of time.
Good.
18.
Okay. You manage to stabilize into the light.
19.
No.
After that non-Euclidean adventure,
Jesus.
We get a map!
We
find
get
yourself.
map. Not multiple attack penalty. A battle map.
Battle.
Nobody
map.
look. Nobody look.
Battle. Map.
Nobody look.
Map.
Maps and
You
battles
find
too,
yourself
so-
on a
Really
fleshy
only in battle.
surface.
Yep.
Ugh.
You didn't push up your glasses, so
What
it
did you
doesn't
make this
matter.
out of?
I definitely can't see. I definitely
had rules
cannot
for
see
it.
through this fan at all.
Actually,
I'm definitely not
Stop
peeking.
it. Stop it.
You
Johnny
can't see
Cage.
through the fan. You can see.
I can only have this tiny little hole in between my
Yeah.
hands.
So while we take this little break,
How you been?
how we all feeling?
Do you need a hand?
No. I kicked it.
As soon as
How
I saw
are
the
you
chalk
feeling?
disappear, I was like, we gotta
Fun,
jump.
some fun role play.
However,
that's just the
getting oriented
How
like
is
that
that
was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's whichever way your feet are facing, guys.
whichever way your feet are facing. Your
Which is
feet
just
are
a
down.
fancy way of saying whichever way you're oriented,
Yeah.
or less
It's
less
fancy.
fancy. Less
Do you
fancy.
need help, Grim Daddy?
Hey, y'all, Annabelle's never been fancy.
I can't help it. I want to watch. I want to watch.
Ah! I'm sorry, I forgot.
Go ahead, go
I forgot
ahead.
what we were
It's
doing.
all right. Everybody's allowed to look.
How dare you?
I don't know what's happening.
Holy shit!
I'm
3,
not
2.
done.
I know.
I'm not done.
I know. I can tell.
Oh.
You guys said you weren't gonna look, you little bastards.
He said
I
everybody can look.
lied.
I'm not
Sucks.
looking. I refuse.
Oh, we're just gonna fight death. Look, there's death.
There's death.
Is it
With
a
the
butthole?
scythe and all this glory. There's a butthole. It's over here.
It's a butthole and a scythe.
What?
It's a pizza butthole.
I don't see any wats.
Hemorrhoid-looking shit.
Oh, the wats.
Looks
The
like
waist
pizza.
rats.
And the wet. And the wet.
This
And
guy's
then those are knock knocks,
Knock
Oh, hey, they are.
Right?
I know.
and then death. I guess.
What y'all laughing about?
Is that a scythe? I don't think that's a
I
scythe.
don't know. I assume
wait,
Matthew can see it better than me just because of angles.
I was
so-
gonna say there's like bonus fires.
This is nothing. I didn't say that. Don't look into that
There
statement.
we go.
Welcome to the top of the royal plume.
Oh,
Before you
Go fuck.
is an interesting sight. There are remnants
What the hell?
of what once looked to be stone structures. One which contains on the opposite end, on the right-hand side, a throne. And I'll zoom out the camera in a second for everyone to see. But for now, I'm going to
Everyone who's
describe it to
watching.
these guys, and then I'll zoom out the camera. Actually, I'll go ahead.
Zoom it out.
That's
Zoom
us.
it out. Frame that
God,
shit.
I fucking love
I'm
these maps.
sideways.
Ugh.
Does this
I get
one
off to
look
these
like
maps, dude. I
Divine
don't know what it is.
Talisman?
I never played with maps like these before.
It
This is
does.
my first time.
Think
I mean,
if
there's
I-
also this
Dungeon
throne.
map
think if I
here.
put a divine talisman there, do it.
Christian's like, I can finally understand what's happening.
Yes! I know where my character is!
Well, there's also the thing with the spires.
can describe it all
in the
you want,
middle.
but now I can
In
see.
the top right-hand corner of the room, you witness a throne. And standing in front of it, in a
Are some-
swirl of purple and black, viscous-looking material,
Yeah.
is a large
Oh.
man with a massive battle axe.
Wow.
Gross.
Whoa.
He sits on the throne.
He's shitting?
He sits on the throne as you enter.
Yo, you gotta be shitting me.
And like, we're just there.
Well.
Yeah, you're just chilling.
Yeah.
Oh,
We just showed up.
On the left-hand side, on
So
the
about that
left-hand
sneaking.
corner,
I said it may not be relevant.
you see the half-orc from the district, the one with the Vavakian,
Mm-hmm.
standing with his arms behind his back, facing and looking at you. Top left-hand corner.
Yep.
Behind him, wriggling in all its horrific glory, is a mass of tentacles, flesh, and orifices.
What the fuck?
To the back right, the lower right side,
This is so cool.
This side.
it's one of my simpler
like
ones.
a-
The lower right side, it's a good old-fashioned
Yeah.
beat 'em up battle map here.
Yeah.
Are three large deformed dwarves pulsing with that same blue and purple energy that you witnessed in the trade district upon your arrival.
And that's by the red pool
Yeah.
over
Do
here.
it.
The red.
They're by this red
Go for a
pool.
swim.
Okay.
The butthole.
And
What was that?
last but not least,
In the bottom left corner.
at the center and the bottom left-hand corner. This is
Okay.
the center here, and then this is the bottom left-hand corner. Are the townsfolk
That we
standing,
Our
facing you?
homies?
Yeah.
Their hands behind their back, all of them present, even little Viet, standing next to the old man, staring at you. For the first time, a memory sparks in your mind.
Oh, God.
Upon your arrival to Del Ruth, you witnessed a tower, the Tower of Ruth, that was collapsed. And underneath was a corpse that looked just like these people. Identical. Same veins, same protrusions of bone and flesh. Same everything. 2 or 3, 4 words, I had to count. 4 words ring in your head, Fredrick, out of the ether. The veil has fallen. Nothing happens for a moment. You all stand, everybody staring at you. They look calm, waiting as you all stand before this sight.
Mm-hmm.
The man sitting on his throne, battle axe in his right hand, the head of which is on the ground. A spike burrowing into the remnants of an intricate mosaic. He raises it up and slams it into the ground. You watch him do this. Roll initiative.
Oh god.
And now it really begins.
May I request that we know where north is on this map for describing character movement?
Well, it's camera direction, so
Okay.
north.
This is the camera?
Yeah.
So that tile is...
This is north over
Yeah,
here.
Exactly.
Hand it
press
here.
that and just stick it at the top there.
Okay, let's
Yeah. There we go. That works.
That'll help a little bit for my
Yeah.
brain. Thank you.
Yep.
I will roll initiative now.
What were you gonna
Okay.
Music.
It has begun. You watch as you roll. This is I'm aware you're rolling initiative. As you watch, as the young Viet walks up and points directly at Annabelle, gesturing her forward.
No thanks.
That's what you say.
Yeah.
Free action.
Also, how's Fredrick looking? Like,
Fine. Yeah, I have a
No,
question
he's not.
about that because
Mhm.
the health stuff.
Annabelle looks
When it comes up.
still pretty rough.
Yep.
Okay. So give me initiative, please, everybody.
27. It's a
Damn.
one. Nah,
Mm-hmm.
I
27.
did not.
What's your dexterity modifier?
3.
Okay.
Wait, is it dex based or is it modifier for initiative based for initiative ties?
I don't know. How
You
do you
can
break
use
it?
whatever.
How do you break an initiative tie, Mr.
How do you break an initiative tie?
Yeah.
I
You.
think it's. Well, no, there's a way to do that. I do a d20 off, and whoever gets the highest roll.
Roll.
That's
Rollies?
fine. We like that one.
Are we
Flat
rolliesing?
D20. Flat
Yeah.
D20.
Rollies.
Roll these.
Rollies!
Sorry.
Get it off.
That was
Okay.
close.
You got this.
I got an 8.
Yeah, you got this.
Okay. So I had 27. Fred also had a 20. What?
The lights are changing.
Whoa. No.
Yeah, sorry, 16.
Okay.
9.
Nice.
27, but losing 2.
Yeah.
27B.
27. So.
I rolled a 1 for a 13.
Woof.
So, let me Annabelle, Fredrick.
Annabelle,
I got a
Fredrick.
3. So I got a 9.
I hate that.
Witton.
Witton.
There you go.
Nat ones go last or based on number?
It would be based on number in this case.
Claire, then Torin. Am I?
If you ain't first, you're last. You heard it first. Damn,
Or you
Vicky,
heard it
I was
last.
high when I was high when I said
And
that.
where's Witton?
We've
I'm
done
16 after.
After Fredrick.
Yeah.
Annabelle, Fredrick, Witton, Claire,
Torin.
Torin.
Well,
That
this
is so
works out.
accurate that she comes up and like waves her hand at you to come here, and you're gonna go first.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No thanks.
The dice tell their story.
So, young Viet approaches you and gestures for you to stand before them. You go first.
I'll stay back here, thank you. And I'm parrying with my crossbow.
Mhm.
My AC is a bit nicer. And I'm gonna.
Who's this scythe motherfucker here in the center?
I know.
That, carrying the scythe,
Mm-hmm.
is Athel's father.
It's Victor.
It is Victor.
Victor.
And just to
Suave Victor.
clarify, well, unless you're ready to go, I'm just kind
No,
of
no, no, no,
vamping.
go clarify.
3 knock-knocks,
3, yeah, they're just standing there.
3 dwarves, tentacle monster.
No, they're not necessarily. No, those are the dwarves that have been
Yeah.
malformed.
Oh, the knock-knocks are mouth.
That is the half-orc with 2 keys, 2
Half-orc.
guard that you don't recognize.
Okay, guards,
You
tentacle
have
monster,
Viet,
citizens.
Victor, and these guys are 3 other
Citizens.
individuals that you remember
Cool.
from the.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
I heard it the first time, but it takes twice to stick. Sometimes you gotta throw the spaghetti twice.
Might
Sometimes you gotta
I
throw the spaghetti twice. Yeah, I agree.
try a recall knowledge on this fucker, this big ass tentacly fucker. whatever it might be.
Okay, during combat, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Might as well.
No one's swung yet. I'm going for
Yeah.
and I believe I can use esoteric lore because I can use that on any types of creatures.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. 25.
25. So trying to recall knowledge on
Trying
this
to-
entity.
See
Yep.
what I know about that.
It's
bad boy.
demonic.
Yeah.
It's definitely that. It shares the same fleshy look as the rest of the city, except for one particular difference. The more you look at it, which as this, you're using the sort of strange ritual or courting ritual for combat or whatever's happening with Viet to look over to see what's going on, you see the tendrils. The more you stare at them, the more you swear you can see lines of purple, almost impossible to see unless you had your eyes, but you can see them just slightly, of demonic chaotic energy coming somewhere from up on the roof, in the wall, into each of these tendrils. Every time you see a flash, there's a certain second where it's a little bit more visible. It rushes down and you can see it. It looks like a heart. The more you look at it, the more you realize it's the heart of the city. It has to be. Why else would they be guarding it?
Yep.
That thing in the middle?
The
Why are you shaking your head?
tentacle.
Oh, the tentacles over
Well,
there.
No, I was like, what? What happened?
it's most of the time when I shake my head, it's not in disagreement.
Oh, I was like, no, I was like, what? Okay. Is that your turn?
It's more in awe.
Sure.
Why?
Thank you for the subscription. I believe your brother,
Oh.
Dylan?
Loki,
Dylan,
right?
is that you?
Logan?
I think so. I don't remember what his name is. What your username is. Sorry. But what's up, bro?
Thank you
If
for the
that's you.
resub.
If not, what's up?
First, how you?
You have one more action.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, so we're like kind of near the heart. That's cool. Viet, what the fuck?
That's what you do with your
Yep.
final action.
Yeah.
There's no response from.
Pointing it out to the rest of
Everyone else,
them. Hey, look,
The heart.
that thing.
After you make an attempt of communication, the gesture move that was sort of frozen in air with Viet is now ended. Her left arm, which is holding kind of a brace shield, lowers to the left side, and she charges at you.
Let's go. Get surrounded.
And I parried
yet.
it.
You did
As she
parry.
rushes forward, this calm little halfling child that you remember is not what stands before you now. She looks nothing like a child. She looks like a monster, and she is coming directly for you. She is going to rush at you with her mace, which she wields, if you can see on the miniature, in her right arm. Rush at you with her mace, and that is a 24.
Yeah.
Hits.
Yeah.
Okay. She slams her mace into the side of you, dealing. Oh, lucky you. 5 points of bludgeoning damage. It also shoves you.
Oh.
With the swing going from right to left, she shoves you away from the party, scooping you a little ways.
Do you want me to do
We really need some like grabby hands.
Yeah. Well, break the miniatures is what I'm afraid of. I'd rather.
I gave up.
Yeah.
I got too
you
tired.
You need the pull. The
You have
Uh,
stood up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doing a
Oh,
lot of
you're
math.
craps. They use
Fatigued.
the craps table.
Voluntarily. I was talking about.
Turn Torin the right way, even though there's no facing in Pathfinder.
It's for the camera,
Nah, I know.
It's for the flavor.
so they understand what's going on.
What's the flavor?
Okay. Before Fredrick's turn,
But
he watches as from the back, the half-orc walks towards you.
Back and forth.
reverse.
If anyone actually deserved having a lav mic, it would be you.
Was that 2 strides?
That is a preemptive action prior to his turn.
Sure.
Okay.
Like a held action.
You got it.
He
No.
Oh, cool. Cute.
Ah.
he points to you with his
Is he
left hand.
before? Is that supposed to be before or after me?
This is after you. He
Okay.
points to you. It's your turn.
What was the fart cloud?
That
was
Viet.
Yeah, Viet.
Oh, okay. I just gotta figure out these symbols.
Yeah.
Fart cloud equals.
So we've got.
So, just because it looks like there's still a bit of space between us, is there a 5-foot space between us, or are we?
It's about 1 square, so 1 5-foot
Okay.
square
Yeah.
between the two. He points to you.
All right. Well, Fredrick already has his greatsword ready.
Okay.
As he steps in, he's going to swing.
He's going for it. All right, go for it.
Kick his ass!
Get him!
Kick his ass, Fredrick!
Power attack, of course.
I was hoping that was that funny. So.
26.
Yeah, that does land.
Strong boy, strong boy.
Yeah.
25 points of damage.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
So without hesitation,
Yes!
without a moment of hesitation,
None.
you full
Because
sprint.
I was thinking, as this player, I was thinking, I'm going right for the half orc. Nothing else matters.
You run and swing and cleave right into his left side where his arm is pointing at you. You cut his arm clean off,
Yeah.
dealing 25 points of damage.
Anybody else watch Yu Yu Hakusho, like the OG anime?
Oh, yeah.
Barely.
In a brief second,
Kid.
looks down at the stump, which, by the way, is not squirting blood.
Yeah.
Looks back at the man sitting on the throne. He raises his axe, slams it, and his arm materializes a molten, sort of obsidian-like substance. He bows to you, maybe in respect, maybe it's a gesture, maybe it's something from his heritage, you don't know, and prepares himself. Your next turn. Your next action.
Swing again. Regular swing.
Okay, with attack then. Let's see.
it's-
With MAP.
With the map.
M-A-P!
Multiple attack penalties.
I just noticed you're
One.
perched.
Yeah.
It's a good perch.
Should be a
I'm
plus
having a
1 now.
time.
I give it an 8 out of 10.
Thanks.
Does
I have had better
Power
perches.
attack takes 2.
power attack takes 2 actions,
Yeah, so
but does it count twice against your multiple attack penalty? So it's 1
Yes.
attack. It does? Okay. Yeah.
Yikes.
It's rough.
Then, yes, it would be a +1.
10.
Because he's prepared now and has sized you up, perhaps, he is able to deftly, only with one axe, it's a single axe in his right hand, to reorient your blade, driving it into the ground.
There it is.
That's it? Okay. Wait.
Oh.
For your turn,
Oh, okay.
you
So
watch.
wait, the half orc isn't gonna do anything then?
No, wait.
Because he didn't do anything on his turn.
I know.
Okay.
Before your turn, Witton,
Okay.
you are going to witness as he's approaching this priest-like entity that you actually don't recognize right off the bat. Something tells you, and I should probably pull this here.
That would be nice.
Something tells you in your gut that you recognize this individual from the fief somewhere, but his flesh is so dilapidated that it is impossible for you at the moment to, without an action, to isolate who it is. You watch as he very slowly starts to float over, staring right at you.
Float.
As
Yeah.
he's going over, the half-orc is
no.
going to attack.
One of your taps.
You
Fire
lost.
cloud
Yes.
fell down.
Yeah, you lost the fart cloud.
I saw it, guys. I saw it very much.
Hey, did you know?
We're just
Did you
never sure.
realize-
We know that
Yeah,
as soon as
making
it's in
sure,
front of your
making
DM screen, you just kind of like object permanence that
Yeah.
isn't there
Uh-huh.
anymore.
We made it short
The
about it.
half-orc, after dodging your attack, throws his axe behind him deftly and it lands just back here in front of the throne. He rushes at you and tries to grapple you.
Contested roll, I believe. Right?
That is
Fortitude DC.
Oh, right.
yeah. What's your fortitude
Contest is
DC?
in a contest usually. In
Oh.
Your fortitude.
Help.
18 DC.
18. That is a 22.
I'm
So
gonna
he managed.
use my reaction.
Oh.
Liberating step. Bro is not restrained. And you get a +2 to AC for the round.
Ayo.
Okay.
So it's enemy damages, grabs, or grapples your ally, and both are within 15 feet of you. You
Yes,
free an
buddy.
ally from restraint. If the trigger was an ally taking damage, the ally gains resistance to all damage against the triggering damage equal to 2 plus your level. The ally can attempt to break free of the grappling, restraining, immobilizing, or paralyzing them. They either attempt a new save against one such effect, or allows them to save, or blah blah blah.
So I get a-
Attempted
I
to
get a
escape
save?
from effect as a free action. If they can move, the ally can step as a free action, even if they didn't need to escape.
Mm-hmm.
But it says you free an ally from restraint, so I don't know if it's just you roll again.
Was that like the
Or-
description term, or is that just like the? It sounds like it gives. Since
It might
the-
ju-
it's
it
a
might
check
just be
against
the-
the DC in this case. It sounds like it gives him a save.
Yeah.
Like it gives him the opportunity to now contest.
Right.
And you
Okay.
get a +2 to your.
Yeah. So it sounds like you get to roll an escape action
Yeah.
using either attack, acrobatics, or
Wait,
athletics
wait,
with a
hang on.
+2.
It says they either attempt a new save against such effect that allows a save, or attempt to escape. So yes, he would attempt an escape.
Which can be an attack roll, acrobatics, or athletics check, and you get +2 on top of your regular bonus.
With an
Nice.
attack roll.
Okay.
And it's a free action to do so, so it doesn't take your reaction.
I
either.
love that you can use attack rolls to get, because it's just like someone's trying to grab you, you just like fucking hit them.
Yeah.
What is it? What is it? Is it?
Oh, boy. So it's a total of 31.
31.
I am too.
Jeez,
He grabs your Torin just grabs your cloak and just like gives it a little tug.
I told you grabbing your cloak would come in handy!
So you feel bolstered as the champion reaches up and gives you, as you're being grappled by this half-orc, the energy to not only break out, but to push him back. He looks back, the half-orc looks back at the man sitting on the throne, raises his axe, and lowers it. Yeah?
Can I throw a little flavor in there?
Okay.
That's all right. When he pushes, there's like this exhale, and there's just like you can almost see his breath for a second. Not sure why.
I like it.
Like I said, he looks back at, and he raises it and lowers it. You feel a tingling. I want you to make a fortitude saving throw right now.
Sure.
That's why we roll in the box.
Yeah, whatever.
It's just going all over the table.
19.
Nope.
What?
It's not enough.
Oh, okay.
You feel
Keep that.
this energy, this dark, pulsating, reddish purple energy. It's similar to what you've experienced everywhere else, but there's something different with it. Coalesce around your person. It doesn't permeate your person, but you feel it wrapping around. You're raised 5 feet above and thrown across the room. Now you notice something quite interesting. The exact same thing happens to the half-orc. You're both tossed a great distance from the rest of the party, deep near the throne, almost at the front of the throne.
Damn.
Okay.
They've got a daddy.
He's going to use his second action to raise from prone, because you're both now prone at the moment.
Yeah.
He's going to, because you were thrown across the room.
Yeah.
I just love the getting up and down, up and down, up and down.
And with the multiple attack penalty, because what I just did is considered an attack, he is going to attempt to grab the axe, which is right next to him, and he's going to try to slam it down.
Picking up an item is an interact action. That would be your third action.
Okay, you know how many actions this guy has?
No. Typically they had 3.
He has 4.
Okay.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
for you.
All right.
He has 4 actions.
I don't like
I tried to
that.
help. It's been real.
It's been an honor.
Now, I will say
Fairly
this. I will say this. He did not have 4 actions until right this second. I'm being serious.
Until he got thrown.
And sure, until he got thrown. But now he has 4.
As I said, they've got a daddy.
Yeah,
They got a big old sugar daddy.
I think actually, hold on. This might unveil a little bit about what's happening.
We don't mind at all.
I need to test to see if that's actually true or not.
No.
Oh yeah, that's
It
Yeah.
doesn't?
true. Yeah, he does. He has an
It's
extra
just +2 plus your level 2
Sorry,
damage
buddy.
coming in.
Yeah.
You watch as
Yeah,
this
I thought it
this
had something
reddish
to do with
purple energy, as he gets closer to this this big guy with the axe, surges through him, and he charges, grabs his axe, and is going to take the multiple attack penalty to try to strike you while prone. I don't know if that's a disadvantage or he gets an advantage on that or what.
If it's a melee attack, no, he's just flat-footed, so he's got a -2 to his AC.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yep.
great.
Yes, I think you're correct.
That would put me to a 18 AC.
That is a 26.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank God it's not a crit.
Yeah.
God.
He's going to
The health thing that I was bringing up earlier may be relevant here, so there may be like a little pause second. This gets into the
That is math. 11 points of slashing damage. What?
You're down.
See you later.
What?
This is what I'm saying. When we did our rest, I don't know how many times you rolled for each person.
I only rolled once per person.
But you can only do it once per hour,
Right.
correct?
Yes,
We
it's once
wouldn't
per
have
hour.
gone to sleep until everyone was fully healed. We would have mechanically tried to heal everybody once who needed healed, waited an hour, done it again, and then gone and rest. So everybody would
Yeah,
have been full. That's what the
The
anticipation
assumption
was.
here
That was the
Was
assumption.
that we started this at
We
full
taught.
health.
We
Yeah.
I tried to kind
I
of
know.
tell you guys you're at full health right now.
Yeah, you started at
Aside
full
from that
health.
2 damage that you
And
took.
Aside from the
lost
bludgeoning
2.
damage of being stupid
So
and
you were-
flipping down the stairs, you are supposed to be at full health because we
Yeah,
assumed
yeah,
there was a
yeah.
full rest. There
39.
was
How much
heals
was it?
going
Doing the
on.
math.
Do what? It was
No, I
4. It
didn't.
was 11 points.
So
I've taken.
it was
Like
your
10
full health
so
minus
far.
13 total is where you're at.
I was like, you're down. I was
Unless
like,
you took any
no, you're not. That's not what I
That's what I was
got.
bringing-
That's like, no
Yeah.
way. Yeah, the assumption was
Okay.
you guys
Yeah,
are
'cause-
reset minus their wounded stat.
I did forget that
Gamer-
there was the limit.
Well, the treat
Or-
wounds
Gamer
took care of
brain,
that.
it's
Yeah.
like, like if we were not actually short resting, but in Pathfinder, if we were just like taking a breath to try to move forward, get a little bit of health, we'd do 1 round robin of medicine checks, and then we'd keep moving so we wouldn't be at full health. But if we're gonna rest, we're gonna use all our
Yeah.
resources. We're gonna wait
Yeah.
as many rolls.
Gotcha.
as
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. I was like,
Okay.
huh?
That changes me.
No,
as well.
no. No.
I tried not to scream peek, but I saw his health and I was like,
How many points of
what?
damage did you
I was
take?
like, you're like, I was like, what is this? What is
sorry.
Means later, dog.
Oh, wait.
He was
I
mimicking
also
like his
go-
neck thing.
I'll also say one more thing. You're down
I think
5
I
more
got
from the
that.
staircase. You hit your head on the staircase, so there's
Yeah.
5 more of that actually. There was
Okay.
2, and then 5, and then the
Yeah.
you just-
That was his last strike. So
we like rules.
Witton, you
Sorry.
watch as this is transpiring. This individual
And the priest.
creeps closer to you.
Yeah.
Individual.
The priest-looking dude.
I don't like that it flips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neither do
No.
I.
Creeps me the fuck
Fan
out.
of that.
Can't you walk?
And he points at you.
Reminds me of
Who's gonna point at me?
Vegas.
I told you, just kidding. I don't want to do point at me. I just want to be able to be free.
Hoth himself points at Torin.
All right. So it's Witten's turn then.
From the bottle.
He is going to.
Use the skills I've taught
The only one that's like right beside him is the Goblin Claire, right? I mean, Torin is a little farther away, but
Yeah.
he's gonna look over at Claire. Remember that thing I did for Fredrick on a sword?
Yeah.
Here it is, and he's gonna touch your whatever weapon you have out right now.
I would have started out with my longbow.
Okay, the longbow.
For better or worse.
Casting magic weapon on it.
Lit.
As
Plus
this
1 to hit.
As this happens,
Mm-hmm.
the cleric, in all your hubris, has applied magic weapon to. That is confirmed. You just applied magic
did.
weapon. Okay, just make. I was sorry, wanted to make.
To Viet.
You watch as this sort of entity with his talisman in his left hand and a blade in the right looks over at the man sitting on the throne.
Mm-hmm.
Up goes the axe, down goes the spike into the mosaic floor, chipping each time.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to make a fortitude saving throw.
Kick its ass.
Yeah, that's 25.
25.
Nice,
So
nice,
you
good.
start to feel this happening. And you manage to, move in a way in which the tendrils sort of dissipate and grasp. But you do feel this sort of surge forward, this minor amount of energy, not as near as much as what dealt with Fredrick, what happened to Fredrick, but a minor amount of energy throw you, kind of skitter you across the ground. You don't deal any damage, there's no wound, but you are moved.
Okay. So yeah, for your sake, Matthew, magic weapon is +1 striking weapon now, and it does an extra die of damage of whatever damage die it is.
Yeah.
That's why magic weapon is really nice.
In comparison.
And trying to think of anything else. It's just an action to do.
We need to spread out. We need to get out.
I'll.
Yeah. Got good distance.
I'm gonna use my last
Make the light of
action
it.
to move or to stride. Just closer to the center of the map, probably closer to this bit of rock that's in front of the tentacle monster. So yeah, but in that little crook. Yeah, about there.
Okay. As you stride away, the individual turns to face you, still pointing, and floats towards you. He clears the distance in around 2 actions. He's able to clear the distance in 2 actions. He's very slow, but he clears the distance.
And last thing, if I have any more, just with words. I think they're mirroring whatever we do, so just be careful on what you all do.
I did nothing and she still
So I
attacked me.
assume, was it 1 action with your stride, or did you burn
One.
all your actions?
Well,
so you
it
still
was
had
2 actions to cast, and
Okay.
then 1 action to move.
I knew. I was like, why did my
Yeah.
brain say you were at 3? Okay, he floats over to you, and with his last action, he is going to attempt to deftly raise his hand up to your mouth.
Okay. Is that
Gross.
just against?
That is
what kind
going
of
to
DC?
be. There's actually it's a pretty. This is a complicated one.
Lovely.
So the first one you're gonna have to make for me is a reflex saving throw.
Not bad. 18. It's probably still not going to work because 19 didn't work earlier. Yeah.
You understand he's going towards your face, and you try to dodge, but he ultimately calculates and places his hand upon your face. Next, I'd like you to make a will saving throw.
A will save?
Yes.
14.
Night.
I was like, maybe a
I
hero
don't think it's a
point.
night.
You're gonna Agent Smith meld your mouth shut so you can't cast spells.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is how many of your spells have verbal
You
spells?
want to?
Oh shit!
First time this session.
I'm sorry.
You got the one. It's usually me.
Oh look, snacks.
Yeah.
You feel his fingers, you bastard. You feel his fingers fuse through sheer energy and heat. Your lips together.
Okay.
Wow.
Like
we
this.
never
It
saw that one coming.
Seals.
Holy shit.
It deals
7 points of healing, right?
3 points of burning element energy damage.
3 points damage.
And you are currently unable to make
cast
verbal spells, cast verbal spells.
I think that's all of them. I'm pretty sure that is every
Now,
spell.
Got a
Now-
knife on your back.
I'll say I'll give you something here. There is not, you know that there is nothing magical about this.
Yep. I'm aware.
Shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
would
that
be-
took out every one of my spells.
I mean, you got close on the first one, which would have been fine. The It's a little bit. That one's pretty detrimental. So there's 2 layers to it. You got 2 chances. But so.
right.
Up next is the Goblin. As you stand here watching your friends getting tossed around and their faces fused, you see.
We're all so ugly.
Hella.
Except for Annabelle. I guess.
Now, to
You've
be
never
honest
described
with
your
you-
character as
To be
ugly.
honest with you, I ran out of
NPCs.
gnome miniatures, so we're gonna be using this guy to represent the gnome.
Oh my god.
Let's go, Whackademic.
The
He walks up.
Whackademic.
Hey, wacky.
Points at you.
Oh, I'm getting a
How'd
shot
you
on
get
that
so
guy.
tall?
I don't give a fuck if he's not fighting me.
Oh
I'm
my
taking
God.
a shot
Is
at
this like
him.
the anime moment where they like take off their shirt and suddenly they're like 6 feet tall? What the fuck?
Thank you. You guys are killing me tonight. What is this? What is this?
I'm vamping until you take your seat.
He walks up to you. I'm gonna have to change it now because everyone's gonna think I'm just mimicking what you're saying.
Mimicking what?
We're just really good guessers at this table.
We really are.
No, we're usually
got your
terrible.
number.
We're usually terrible at
Oh,
guessing,
I
Chandler.
said this table.
It took us 9
Let us have this.
Wow.
Let us have this one
Is it
little.
He
That's
takes
what
off his
you
cloak
think.
and actually shrinks. No, he in fact does
Turn into a mouse.
like at first, you realize, oh, it's the stupid gnome. What's he gonna do? But as he takes off the cloak that he's been wearing this whole time, he unveils, sort of like King Boomy from
Yeah.
Avatar: The Last
Yeah.
Airbender.
Oh,
A
gosh.
massive bone-like demonic structure as he raises up almost to your height. He's very close to your height. And in
Still
front
not
of him is this floating arcana, this book, levitating through purplish, reddish-hued magic.
I know that one's not as good because it's your backup copy.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Now, was he like?
Does this one do that?
Did he uncompress or unfold?
He unfolded.
It's like a Jacob's ladder where it just like.
Okay. Did they walk, I know we don't have squares on this map, so are they within 5 melee of me?
They're about, I imagine they're 10 feet.
Okay, so 2 steps. Okay.
Technically not.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, I have thoughts.
Because okay. That's Viet next to Annabelle.
Yep.
Correct. Question about the map. The edges are drop-offs. This is the top of the plume. Walls
Yeah,
used to
it's
be
basically,
here. There are no walls.
no, there are walls here. They're flesh. It's like a dome.
Okay.
Like a cathedral dome almost.
Okay.
At the moment.
Cool.
Then they're not in melee range with me. I'm going to stride and squeeze behind Annabelle,
Okay.
and I'm going to move up against that rock there.
Okay. So you're striding which way? Like this way?
I'm northeast
Okay.
to the rock.
Okay, you're trying to go to the rock.
And I'll go as far as I can go. So if I can get to this southern corner of the rock, I will do that. And if not, I'll just be as close to the rock as I can get.
So how long is the...
I have 25 feet. Can I get to the southern side of the rock if I have enough movement?
This?
No, southern, towards me.
Here?
Yes, yeah.
You would be here.
Okay, that's
You're
fine.
right on the
Yeah,
edge.
I'll just move as far as I can to that corner. As they approach me, I just start to glide and move. I get over there. That's probably about 1 movement's worth. I'm gonna make you get up again. I'm sorry. Because I'm gonna have to. I want to stride again. Or how tall are those rocks?
They're about 5-10 feet in some cases. That's almost 10 feet. That pile, that's about 5 feet where
Okay.
you're at.
The dwarves, these knock-knocks over here, have they taken any interest in what's going on?
They're just watching.
Cool.
They're watching. They're facing the opposite direction,
then, yeah.
but for the sake of...
You can move me
They're
next time
watching.
something else happens, but I'm going to take another 10-foot stride to put me at least at 30 feet away from them. And then I'm going to not hunt prey, I'm just going to take a shot. towards the middle dwarf. Yeah, just straight back so I'm not blocked by the rocks. Yeah. I want to get at least 30 feet away. So I basically just sprint or stride across the battlefield, and then I'm going to take a shot. No hunt prey. I'll take a -2 because I'm firing through other characters.
But you have a +1 because magic weapon.
Skull.
Oh, yes.
What was that
Huh?
about your magic weapon?
Yeah, it still works.
What was
I
that?
have
Still
+1,
applies.
so it's really just a -1. And +2 from the gauntlet, so I'm
Yo.
looking at, let's see, 11, so, it's probably going to be a total for a 30.
30 points of damage?
No, that's
30 to hit.
Oh, shit. I was about to say.
Assuming that's a crit, longbow has the deadly trait, which means I'm going to roll 2d8 because of magic weapon, and then I'm going to roll a d10 on top of it.
Yes!
It is.
And double it, too.
Yes, I double just the damage die, the deadly goes on top, it's not doubled.
Right, right.
Yeah, that checks out.
7, 6,
You're right
so we got
about it.
13,
Deadly
26 plus d10. Never rolled d10 before
Really?
for damage.
Oh.
Alright, that was a 1.
Aw.
27. So 27 points of damage.
Golly.
Did more than Fredrick
Yes.
I didn't even know you could hit this hard.
Good arrow.
even. Good arrow.
You see the goblin, as soon, it's almost in tandem as they move forward, the goblin's already moving. One shot hasn't even sighted its prey.
Okay. So you zip away as fast as you can from the gnome.
Loping stride.
As you
Goblin.
can basically dive, taking the calculated risk that these dwarven monstrosities aren't interested in interfering in the fight. It seems like there's some weird shenanigans going on. You dive back, aim, take your time aiming, and let one arrow fly. And you watch as it jams right into his left eye socket,
I do a d6 of damage.
Just under his
dealing
breath, he says,
27
"Sorry."
points of damage.
Yeah.
You watch as he simply raises his hand up, pulls the arrow out. There are two things attached to it. His left eyeball
Yeah.
and, mixed in with chunks of bone, part of his brain. And he quite, what's the word, maybe metaphorically, throws it aside.
Cute.
Okay. Is that all your actions?
Yep.
You watch as he raises his hand, points it at you, and goes with a snap. And this bolt, almost this chaotic bolt from the arcanum in front of him, zips to his hand and then zips right at you. I want you to make a reflex saving throw.
Reflex saving throw.
What? No! Yes! Freaking way! Hell yeah!
Guess what? That's also a 30 total.
Ruined
Yes!
Well done.
Oh my
End this
god!
man's career. Let's go.
3 4s, 2 nat 20s. Let's go.
Ah.
You had to warm that dice up. You know?
Yeah,
Warm
see?
it up.
It's gonna hit the other one. It's gonna hit the other one. Yes!
So, God damn it.
Yes!
So we're about to have a what's her name?
Huh?
She's very famous.
Carmen Sandiego.
No. And
Didn't even
D&D
hesitate.
Good guess.
realm for being crunchy is in Dimension 20.
Oh, no, Emily Axford?
Yeah,
Emily,
we're about to have
Emily Axford moment.
where out of spite of getting her first character killed, electrocuted 50 people.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I know that moment. It's such a good moment. Okay.
You watch as the gnome raises his right arm and fires at you. And at the perfect last second, you time it. There's a space where you could have dived first,
find it.
which would have probably
We'll find it
clued
later.
in those behind you. But they thought, the dwarves must have thought you were going to get hit because they don't move even a bit. You dive perfectly right behind the massive rock. And it strikes the middle, and you watch as it arcs to the other two.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ooh.
Now, this is either going to make you laugh or cry.
About it not doing anything or... Natural 20? Is it a natural 20? Damn it!
Bro.
What? Stop that. You stop that.
Oh! Okay, I'm quitting this game. I rolled max damage on 4 rolls on a d12.
Shit!
Yes!
I've
You
never
need this
had
dice.
that happen before in my life. Natural 20 and then 4 12s. Which, by the way, all deal damage equal to the 3 enemies it strikes within it's a 30-yard radius from a center, so 15 out, which they definitely are in, and you're
Yeah.
not. Because I'm going to give that to you because and that with a 30, you're going to be clear.
Oh.
Okay, so
Nice.
12,
I wish we had a
24,
dice
36,
cam.
I'll take out
48.
damage.
48 points of damage times 2, which
That's
is
96.
96 points of damage
Tripled just to see the total, you know.
across 3.
Yeah.
So, like I said, yeah, but that was 1 cast from him.
Yeah.
This was the equivalent of like
A nuclear
Like-
bomb.
the arrow firing like thing and just like explosion.
Yes!
Did you,
Oh
did
my
you slow
God.
your sunglasses on?
If anybody wants to
He
make a
slowly
fan
puts his
edit of
goggles
that,
Oh, the goggles down, yeah.
He slowly puts his little
His
hunter
goggles
goggles
on.
on. It just kind of makes him look a little wall-eyed.
Seen it coming a mile away.
So, over by this pit once was 3 of these guys. Now they have been actually vaporized. You watch in total terror. I'm gonna say that you can't help. You're not a cool guy that doesn't look at explosions. The sound alone makes you spin around and take a look, because your back is now to a rock. Which
It's like the evisceration, like the flesh, this like burning scent in his nose causes him to turn in one instant.
that would have been
normally-
so bad.
Normally I do not.
Yeah.
I don't.
Still got 2 more actions.
Like with a miss, I don't move
Yeah.
you. But no, the reason why I'm doing that is with a 30, I gotta give it to you to get out of that radius. That would have one-shot you.
I know. You're rolling
I mean,
dice,
I'm
I was
talking.
like,
I don't even know. Like,
And that attack was only one of their actions. There wasn't
oh
like
yeah,
a 2
we've
action
got
spell.
2 more actions left. Now you have
Are there 2
LOL.
action
Or
spells?
You are covered right now. They know where you are to go over
None
the
of us
rules that
are.
you just
I am
listed.
hidden.
Just-
They know
you are
exactly
hidden.
which square I'm in, but I am unobserved by that character specifically.
Now you watch, or don't, I guess, as the gnome
What was the gnome?
moves. That's about 15. So his movement's really bad. So
Stride.
I'm gonna
He's
have
going
to
to
use
me.
my Warhammer tactics here to see if he can see you.
What is that?
It means put your eye down to where he is.
Oh, that's fun. You moved your fart cloud again. A fart cloud.
It's fine. She can just stay down there and not hit me. It's okay.
He can't.
Hey!
Hey.
So I'm still hidden.
That's
You're still
that's
hidden.
the first action.
Yes.
Unless it was a 2 action spell.
It was not.
I'm just gonna keep saying it because
He moves just to the left. Now, because he's in radius of Dad, you watch as this red purple energy swirls around him, and you watch as he shakes and summons the will to do one last thing.
And this was the freaking
it's
The
like
academic.
academic.
it's like a haste spell. It's like a haste spell aura.
Yeah.
It's
Something.
Well, it's a bit of a
A homebrew mess.
little bit of a
well, I mean, I don't think that
special
spell is
special
aura.
sauce.
Special
So like,
Could you talk like that for the rest of your D&D?
oh,
I'd be into.
Okay, so he raises his right arm, and you watch as a secondary hand comes out and launches towards you.
like a
Reflex.
different arm.
Yeah, like a with a phantasmal hand.
Oh.
Yeah, that was cool.
Is this considered a ranged attack?
What I'm doing right now.
Yes.
You are on your ass right now, but can you do anything while you're flat-footed?
I have attack opportunity.
Well,
You
yeah.
can do.
You can do
whatever.
things, you
don't
just have penalties
know-
to
You
them.
just asked me. I don't know what
Prone.
the penalty is for being prone on attacks.
Probably like a
Hang on. It says take
Is it
cover,
time?
greater cover, blah, blah, blah.
Just give myself-
Nothing has to do with you taking attacks. It's just you are flat. Yeah. Minus 2 circumstance
you're
penalty to
asking if
attack
this
rolls.
is a ranged attack.
Yes, because it's one of the
It is
triggerings of.
technically speaking, not what I'm casting is not a ranged attack. Technically
Yeah.
speaking. Sorry,
No, you're good. I
Also-
just saw it was
Cast
because
one
I
of the-
believe
spell is
attacks
different than-
indicate potential damage. right or no?
I don't know how
I'm-
attack of opportunity works with this in this case.
He's basically casting a form of mage hand right now.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly mage hand, but it's a
But
type of
casting a
mage hand.
spell, typically, if it's got a somatic, it's a manipulate action.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a manipulate
They have to-
action,
and that
then
will
it
also
triggers.
trigger
Then you get it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's -2, by the way.
It's
That's
just,
what it
yeah,
is.
you're basically, I guess it's just flat-footed because you're prone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, flat-footed is -2 to your AC. It's that plus -2 to your attacks.
Is prone.
Yes.
Cool. Good to know. So that is the effect. It's just a -2.
Yeah.
Just. It's big. It can be big.
22.
22. That hits.
Go. Teamwork.
Yeah.
They were trying to set up some 1v1s. We were left. We got teamwork up in
14
here.
points of slashing damage.
That's on top of my 27.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it constitutes any change to that, but cold iron damage.
Cold iron damage, boy.
They trying to set up 1v1s.
Like if he's weak
Can't
to
let him.
Yeah.
cold iron.
Yeah.
Okay. So he is focusing with his right hand, and you notice he's not looking at you. He's completely focused. So you use this opportunity, even after you've been hacked, to raise your sword around. The half-orc dodges it, the swipe easily, but the gnome raises his arm to stop, and it chinks up into his arm, dealing 14 points of damage. It does leave a massive gash when you kind of like you can't really keep
Yeah.
that posture, that position for very long, and the sword falls. And you watch as the arm sort of like bends downward, but he's not breaking concentration. He casts. I want you to make a reflex saving throw. He's going for your. It's very obvious he's going for your longbow.
20.
Okay. Very close. Very, very, very close.
Meets it, beats it?
He got it. Relax.
No, I mean,
Relax. What did I miss?
nothing. Just I was trying to figure out. I wonder if that's what the DC is.
Larry Chrysler.
Oh,
What I was assuming.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
as fuck.
You watch as the mage hand is coming rapidly towards you, towards your
can't.
bow,
Oh shit.
and you
You're stuck.
use it as sort of a
Yeah,
bait,
it's anyway.
and like pull your bow to the right. It dashes to the right, and at the last second you reel it back, and then slam your hand into it, dispelling the very fragile concentration spell. It's been
Hell
disrupted.
yes.
The light from the cleric spell just like
Yeah.
across the
The
Managed to dodge it.
Rick is
Last is Torin.
That was the
Last-
best turn that could have
Certainly
happened, I
not
think.
least.
That was pretty.
Thanks, man.
Sick.
That's really nice.
It's all downhill from
What
here.
you got, buddy?
You're gonna pack a punch. Let's
Torin
go.
is just like waiting.
It's all about the turn.
As you're watching your friends get sort of bullied around,
I'm kind of just amazed by how fast they all just click into action. As just like the bam, 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 bam.
as you watch your friends, basically some successfully, some not so successfully, some somewhere in between, fight for their lives, you sit there wondering, perhaps in your subconscious mind, your fight or flight reflex asks the question, who's mine? Who's coming for me?
How far are you willing to go?
That's not canon. No, just kidding. It's totally canon.
What?
Nothing.
I'm just saying random shit, Chandler. Just do it.
Just
I
do
love
the
you.
thing.
Who's left?
I was
Use to
saying, I
control
was,
this
I was
character.
talking about
What?
earlier. I don't even know what I'm saying no more. I'm just nervous.
Who's left that we met? No.
I mean, it'd be a little
Oh
smaller,
my gosh.
It's okay, buddy. We got this.
but there's 2 of them in it.
Oh,
Where's Torin's? You sit there, maybe readying yourself,
It's that guy.
perhaps.
why'd you stop the music, huh?
One next
Oh, it's probably one of those wats.
One suddenly grows and has a rapier arms.
You sit there wondering, where's yours? Where's yours? Where's yours?
No, I don't.
That's not what I'm thinking.
Oh,
Caden shows up.
Oh.
Oh no, it's not
I
on
don't
the map.
like when he goes to the cabinet.
He's left the
shelf.
camera because
I'm just
it's somewhere else in the room.
gonna go to my
I
happy
forgot
place
where it was though.
and not
No,
look
he
at.
has it.
Oh, shh.
From behind you comes a familiar voice.
Is it Caden?
No, you son of...
It's her.
Yeah.
I fucking knew it. I literally said it during the session.
did.
I literally fucking said it.
You did!
I was like, what if the succubus shows up?
Aethel.
That is the
Aethel.
third time that we've
the
called
first
something.
session.
Maybe you can finally finish the job you stopped me from doing.
Oh!
I didn't stop you. Your partner over there stopped you. Thank you. I encouraged you to do it. I was the bad influence.
She says only 2 words to you. You're mine. And that's where we'll take our break.
Alright guys, I'll see y'all next week.
All right, we're gonna go pee. We're gonna deal with some stuff. We'll be back at 9 o'clock Central. 9 o'clock Central is when we'll be back. 9:01, 9 o'clock. We'll start back. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be right back. Be right back. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome
Hey.
back, everybody. Let me
You're
do
fine.
this one, and let me do
Still.
this one, and let me go to.
Yeah, I'm doing all right actually.
I still cannot
A little
believe
fatigued.
96 points of damage
Dodge.
dodged by you.
Oh, I was like, I did not do that much, but yes.
It's straight up. These guys are chonkers.
By the
too.
way,
They
the
just
fart cloud fell
evaporated.
again.
Oh, that's
Fart
terrifying.
cloud fell again.
You think I give a rat's butthole?
I don't know, there's about 6 rat's buttholes right there.
5.
I didn't know if one was hidden.
Oh.
Together,
for
they
each.
can make one.
Yeah,
fart
one for
cloud.
each of us.
These little rats are just like circling the base of
Oh, no, I lost my
like the
Torin.
same sort of rats you saw in the first session. Actually,
They're still there.
Mhm.
It
They
didn't
got
fall off the way.
Sort of
It's on the table.
mushroomy sort of perspective all over. Okay.
So we were dying.
Yeah. So Aethel appears behind and gets out 2 words to sort of start off the encounter and says, "You're mine. You're mine," to Torin, and that's where we'll begin.
I look at her. That nice. I belong to no one, and I take a step away from her. That's my first action.
Let's go.
Alright.
So wait, step or stride?
Step.
Ah.
So I take a step, so I'm out of her 5-foot range.
Unless she has reach.
This is true.
I will put that.
And then I would, before you get, I would like to stride towards the
Wait,
heart.
no, keep the blue one because that's our orientation. That one says north, but the other ones don't matter.
Doesn't matter.
There you go.
I would like to stride towards the heart, please.
What we perceive
So
to be
that's
the heart.
20 for my movement.
What? Your movement's like 25 though.
No, mine's 20.
Really?
Oh, what?
And then
Sorta
I
legs.
would like to use my last action to
Thanks for that.
I'll stride one more time towards the heart, and that will complete my turn.
Shit. You're in front of the guards.
The gourds.
Gourds.
And then as I'm all the way out here, as I'm like running, this is the only way to help you!
Aethel flies up into the air of the dome and very quickly closes a 60-foot gap
Oh.
and dives at you. I
Oh.
want you to make a reflex saving throw.
Sounds good to me.
Can we perceive the top of the dome?
Yeah, it's like 60 feet.
It's
It's a dome.
Okay.
It's a dome.
You got bud.
That would be
Yeah.
in 18.
We'll do it later.
No, a 17. And if it's magical, I could use a reaction to add 1. To be
It's not magical.
So 17. 17 sounds good to me.
Okay.
I don't think it sounds good. Well, it
Sounds
sounds
great.
good to Aethel. Or if whatever this is, if it's not Aethel. This simulacra of Aethel.
Our heroic
That's a
leader.
good, that's a good question.
Fall
The
into
other
the
ones are-
darkness, the last bastion of
Definitely.
hope.
Definitely not.
Aethel swarms up, as I've mentioned, and dives forward, and easily, by the tuft of your hair and beard, lifts you off the ground.
Oh.
She spins you around in about 30 feet above.
Oh no.
She is going to try to kiss you.
No.
I thought she was gonna drop you. So
Yeah, honestly.
I don't know which is
This is
worse.
worse.
But I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of a
Whoa.
kiss from a succubus. It does not seem like a good.
Is there anything I can fucking do?
I'm about to tell you. One second.
Didn't you take a vow of celibacy?
That's still technically celibacy.
Yeah, true.
Not a champion of Caden.
We'll end with that line of logic now.
You got me.
Yeah.
Looking for
It's
straw.
not.
Looking for straw.
Straws in the needle stack.
Yep, where they at?
Ow. Ow.
Man, this sucks.
Why does he keep going? Because he's dumb.
Okay, I need you to make a will save.
Yeah.
Alright, Torin!
Torin.
I'm gonna use a hero point.
Yeah,
Hey.
so
That's
it's
probably
definitely a good
call.
choice. Good choice.
You got it. You got it.
Come on.
Said Will. That is a 13.
Makes out with it, but it means nothing.
It means nothing, Caden.
I'm not falling in love with you.
Unfortunately,
Oh, yeah, that's not tracks.
Aethel manages to embrace you in a passionate kiss.
I did not expect it to go this way.
You have
I don't consent.
something that you're familiar with. Oh, you have one stack of drained.
Okay.
And an erection.
And you take
Should have worn your ring of fuckboy.
Oh no.
oh, that's lucky there though. 8 points of negative damage.
Yikes.
Alright.
Claire peeks over the rock.
Torin.
With that happening, you fall under her control. I guess is the appropriate term for Twitch. You fall under her control.
Her wiles.
Her yeah, something along those lines. You are now affected by a suggestion to submit to more actions of passion rather than trying to escape.
Man, you really are a Caden follower.
That was the most amazing kiss anyone's ever placed upon these lips here.
Torin.
You've got something special, don't you, dearie?
She, using her last action,
Adds a little time.
whispers into your ear and says, "Kill the tall one," pointing at Fredrick.
Oh,
She lets you go. Luckily, your fall is somehow cushioned.
She just gusts of wind with her wings, and it kind of cushions his fall.
By the guard.
And your next turn on your next round, your first action will be to try to kill the tall one.
Alright.
Ooh.
Okay,
How far is he from
and
me?
that's the end of
It's
Aethel's
just a
turn.
stride action. You can't get him there.
And we're back to Annabelle.
Yeah. Can I get some measurements across the board? Me to Aethel, me to Heart, me
So,
to Hoth.
I should let you know that the suggestion lasts, do the rolls, an hour, one minute.
Oh, okay, I was
So-
about to say an hour. Oh, no.
That's a crit failure. It's an
Oh
hour.
my gosh.
As if your base duration for suggestion is a full hour.
Mhm.
The way you get broken out of it, they actually just doesn't say. So yeah, but you failed it, so you only have 1 minute. That's basically 3 actions.
Okay.
When we get back, the whole turn is hers to command until she tries to embrace you again, which she can do again, by the way. So just be careful of that.
So my full next
no limit to kissing.
My full next turn. My full next turn. I am
is suggested. Yes, exactly. Okay, Annabelle.
Yes. How far? Like, how big is the map? How far is it from me to the Heart? Distance. Sorry.
Yeah, we're putting you to work. We just need like a tape measure because like each
I just
inch
need-
being.
I have
God,
a
I
limited
fucking hate
range.
this drained bullshit.
Yeah, no, that one's bad, dude.
It's like 55 feet away from you.
Okay.
Luckily,
Okay.
it's only drained one. So only
Is Aethel still in the air?
lost 3 hit points,
No.
and I lost
No,
3
she's
No
hit
longer.
points. Cool.
Yeah, she let him go and then landed next to him. waiting for him to take the action.
Great.
Or do you have your shield out?
I'm gonna just step out of Viet's range, melee range, and then stride. I'm headed towards behind this rock. Yeah.
Oh wait, I have this.
And I'm gauging that to the heart is maybe about 30 feet if I'm closing. If I can get there, I have a speed of 25.
25 is gonna get you about right here.
Well, step was 5, so she has a technically total of 30.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then, sorry, I was thinking more
Closer to us.
on the this, but the in between there.
So there.
Yeah. Great. And
Little dream hole.
Little drain.
I am going to just God, Aethel showing back up is stealing her focus from what she knows is very important, is the heart. From here I'll that's not it. Yeah, I'll just take a shot at the heart. See how that goes. Test the waters.
Okay.
Crossbow, crescent cross. Pew.
I'll allow it because you can shoot up. Okay, go for it.
Up and over.
No.
Well, it's
No,
a
you lost
stationary,
your point.
stationary entity, so
Should have
maybe.
used her hero point.
It's
Yeah, I know.
an 11. No, no, that's an 11.
Okay. I was copying.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
You kind of do one of the and peek over the cover you're under right now. You
Yeah.
peek over it, fire, and as you go down, you watch as one of the guards deftly stops the bolt.
Oh.
Oh, so
Like-
there's going to be problems?
Like it was not even a problem. They lower their blade, which you have, or their axe, which is the arrow across bolt. The bolt is embedded in the shaft of the axe. Rips it out, throws it, returns to its stationary position, waiting for something.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all. One action to.
It was one action to
Move.
step, one action to stride, one action to
Yeah.
attack.
So you're done.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, Viet is going to turn and rush.
Hey, bestie.
Hello.
Hello.
But what if
Right
we
to you.
didn't do that? Like, what then?
Behind her, you watch as Victor, it's sort of in a reduced state, floats over to her and does kind of a really half-assed move with his hand, and does one of these moves. Well, his fingers are splayed, and just like you saw with the tentacles, these almost imperceptible lines of dark purple and sort of reddish magic or something, energy, is connected between the two of them. You can barely see it, almost like a flow state where it's flowing from one person to the other. And he reaches out, and you see directly these 5 tendrils of energy course towards Viet.
That's from the big guy?
From Victor.
Victor.
The fight is on, boys.
Okay. All right. You watch as Victor, because of the distance between Viet and Victor, the sort of tendrils don't quite make it, and he kind of staggers to the left and kind of looks almost lifeless, like a puppet whose strings have been cut. He kind of stands there, and he's unable to move anymore. Now that she is there, she has used one action to get to you. She is going to use her second action, because that was not an action, her second action to try to bonk you in the back of the head with her axe.
Bing bong.
Best of luck, Torin.
Oops. It is a child.
Yeah. I know I don't look it, but I am a full-grown woman.
28.
Yeah, that's not a crit though. Unless it's natural.
No.
Ha!
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, honestly, I think a crit would take me out. So
That is going to be 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
It wouldn't have.
She walks up to you, and because you seem to
You're
be
Marshall at
ignoring her, she takes every ample opportunity to start whittling you down, walking up to you and without contest, just striking you yet again. She hit you once already, right? Or did she miss? I thought she did already.
no, she.
That's
I
the
don't.
first
That was
attack.
her second action. Her first.
No,
was
on the
to
first
move.
round.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Like,
yeah,
yeah, I think
She's
that's-
gotten a
yes,
hit.
Yeah, so she goes and strikes you yet again in the same place, boom, demanding your attention almost, or ringing a bell, so to speak, trying to get you to look at her. Okay, that is her second action, and with the third, she is actually going to take a step back and wait. All right, Fredrick, you're prone, so I'm guessing you're using an action to stand.
Please.
Okay, let's imagine you stand. Because they don't want to stand up right now.
You're good.
But Fredrick does.
That's right.
He really wants to stand up.
I'm going
Be
to.
real Slim Shady.
I'm going to make a regular attack with my second action against the half orc.
Okay. Let's see it.
26.
Okay.
That's our Fredrick.
Figures. 5 points of slashing damage.
Oof. Dang. Okay.
Because you add your strength to your hits.
And then I'll take the second attack action
Okay.
with the multi-attack penalty.
Okay. So you do manage to strike him, and but again, it's sort of a glancing blow.
Yeah.
It does like kind of carve into the right side as you swing, but it's not very deep.
Yeah. That is going to be a 12 to hit.
Okay. So as you make the first strike and you go for a secondary swing, he kind of finds the arc of your blade very easily and is able to push it aside with his one axe yet again. He retaliates by winding up another attack. He grabs his axe with two hands, and you watch as over his head, the pole of the shaft of the axe extends, and the blade itself juts outward. And to now he's dueled in a two-hand. He's going to try to power attack you.
Yeah, but it's two actions, so we'll still have two left because of the aura.
What's your health, by the way, before?
But multiple.
That means you could make two
alright.
power attacks.
No, I'm just curious because I don't have it.
It would
Oh,
be.
you don't have it? 23?
I have everyone but yours.
23. How
Attack counts for two.
I'm 23.
Yeah, I just don't have it. I have
So
I have
second
my
one's
like
still
six,
attack.
my 6 or 7
That's what he told me.
freaking NPC
No,
damage
Counter-Strike
things
does
up.
too.
I don't feel like swapping. Okay.
Power attack
So
is
he
one attack.
wilds up, and
Yeah.
that is a oh, that's actually not great.
Yeah, no, that's sorry. Yes. Sorry, that's what it was.
That is going to be a 19.
Parries. It misses.
You're lucky. That was a not good roll. So he goes up and lower, but it's so telegraphed, and you hear that, and his axe expands out into a different blade,
Oh.
and slams down, and you very I would say by the skin of your teeth, wield and rip your sword up to push it out of the way. It buries itself almost 3 or 4 inches into the flesh, stony flesh of the floor. He easily wrenches it up, and this time he does a backswing, almost like a pirouette, to try to strike you on the other side, taking the multiple attack penalty. This is a normal attack. That would be a 13, so he's not going to hit. He does the pirouette, but again, the change in stance, it's obvious to you, being a seasoned fighter, that he's not as accommodated to attacking with such a weapon. Probably the amount of damage he's taken is infuriating him. There's something throwing him off balance. He's just not comfortable. So it's quite obvious he's doing a pirouette to spin around to strike you, and you easily, again with your sword almost like as a shield, and you're reminded of yourself that, like, man, I used to use a one-hander and a shield. This is so much better. As you use it to push the axe away, and it spins, actually throwing him off balance for a second, but he catches himself. That would be the end of his turn. Going on to Witton.
So this guy that's standing in front of me, actually.
Yeah, that is sweat.
A wounded one, please. So you just got burned.
Yeah. Only slightly, but, you know. At risk of them doing the same exact thing that he's gonna do, he's gonna cast Sanctuary on himself.
Okay.
Using the first 2 actions.
Is that verbal?
Fuck, no, damn it, that's right. I forgot. I completely forgot.
Yep.
I just said.
I know. You said you got burned, but
Well,
it
you
didn't.
know.
Shush. I have an idea.
Go for it.
Do it.
To cut a new mouth hole.
Kind of, but
Oh!
I'm gonna try and bite through.
Bite through? Okay.
Oh,
Like,
Charlie.
suck in your lips and bite? Okay.
Uh,
I'm going to let you do it with one concession. You have to make a will saving throw to force yourself to follow
Absolutely.
through.
Absolutely. 20.
You,
God.
through sheer force of will, despite the perceived mental strain, bite right through your lips. Clean, very clean, and are able to spit. You're now exposed like this. Your teeth are exposed, and your gums all
That'll heal right up.
I look over.
I can
You're gonna
magically
be
heal.
you're gonna be dealt.
I mean, there's a damage die that's attached to it if you want me to roll
Oh,
it.
then do it.
What?
Probably D4.
Nope.
Fucking damn. D8, huh?
Yeah.
A D8 for fighting.
5.
Okay.
To myself.
5 points of damage to yourself.
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, you just
Probably
literally
bleeds.
rip his lips off.
Bleeds a lot.
Yeah.
And with that, after the spit, just casts Sanctuary on himself now, and is going to look over at the guy near the throne. You gonna send your lackeys to do more, or are you gonna do this yourself?
Yeah, you're So as you're saying that to the
I imagine it was just like the sealed part that he kind of broke.
Well, can
but
you just say it again without your lips?
Just say it without
Just
all the
say I
rest
cast
of
Sanctuary without your lips.
the rest
I
of
cast Sanctuary.
So as you're saying that and casting it on yourself, the individual in front of you grabs your arm. Will saving throw.
Does Sanctuary do anything? What does it do?
Oh wait, yeah.
He hasn't cast it yet. This is a
Okay.
reaction.
Will is 21.
Okay. He is obviously trying to prevent you from casting your spell. Again, he seems to be quite the trickster when it comes to reducing spellcasting effectiveness. You have caught on, having ripped your own lips off, to his tricks, so you're able to quickly do you have your blade, your cross blade?
I didn't have my star knife out.
Oh, you didn't have it out. Okay.
You had your hand
You're
up in
able
the
to
air.
lift and crunch down on his arm, easily detaching it and allowing yourself to quickly cast Sanctuary and say your one-liner.
Thanks.
Honestly, when you raised your hand up in the air like this, it just reminded me of Austin Powers' Judo Chop! Just like a very announced Judo Chop!
Okay.
But yeah, that's all 3 actions. Because I'm assuming that first thing took 1 action to do.
He raises his talisman up, and you notice for the first time it's in the shape of some sort of symbol, but it ends in a pretty egregious point. And he's seeking to lower it down on your head.
Okay. With Sanctuary, he has to make a save to do anything to me.
Okay.
Or well, not do anything, but to... It says... Creatures attempting to attack me will save.
Okay. That was a natural 20. So that's a 34.
Oh,
For the will.
fuck!
For the will save.
Yeah. Okay. And now I roll for damage.
Wait, no. What? You have to roll to hit now.
That's what I'm doing.
You said roll for damage.
You gotta roll for
There's a difference.
precision of language. Precision of language.
Big difference.
Ah,
I know.
my biggest fear.
I
He
know.
The
doesn't.
law stage, you must
Okay,
be.
Shan
so-
doesn't know.
So that is
matter.
that is a
You
22.
gotta tell.
The
I
roll
will.
of law.
22.
The roll of law.
22 to hit. Yeah.
Okay.
It's alright, bud. Well, new
Ouch. That is going to be 7 points of piercing damage.
Yep.
He lowers it down, and while you manage to move it from penetrating your brain, he does get right in your face, and it goes through the wound you just made into your lip and into your mouth, and piercing the lower part of your jaw. It's exuberantly painful.
Guess
Yeah,
what else
tongue
you?
piercing
Guess what
now.
else you did?
What?
You ended Sanctuary because that was a crit
With that
success.
crit success.
And the air aura of Sanctuary, as soon as you do your one-liner, and you get a talisman jammed to your
This is
face.
why you
What
don't
is
trust
Lord
the
Hoth-
gods.
Don't look at me, man. All I did was roll the
What does the
die.
big guy say back? Does he say, it looks like they're doing a great job for me?
Yeah, that's right. Drink that water.
So
It's Dr. Pepper.
he is going to try
Blood.
to pull out his talisman.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay.
I can't do anything. What do you
Could
mean?
bite down or something.
What?
Yeah?
do you prevent him from trying to take it?
If I can, yeah, I would like
That's something
to.
attack-
You can't.
Don't present something to me if I
rubbing
can't
some
do
salt
it.
We call this the illusion
Oh
of
my
choice.
God.
Your lips are looking a
I
little bit
couldn't help
chapped.
it. I couldn't help it.
You're hitting me while I'm down, man.
A little bit of salt in the way. Okay, so he pulls it out. Nothing happens with that, but he pulls it out, and he's going to try to do one last thing. He's going to try to cast Sanctuary
Yeah.
on himself.
I figured.
How many fucking actions does this guy have? It's
So,
insane.
which is just he just does it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So he casts Sanctuary on himself.
Yep.
After saying some, and then he casts Sanctuary, and so that's his last action.
Yep.
Okay, Goblin.
That's me. I
Don't hate me, man. I'm just rolling dice.
I know.
I'm just throwing dice.
That's so unfortunate.
Have you mostly described it for Annabelle, but have we all noticed those like connections?
It's a pretty Murph sweater.
No. Okay.
Can I do either preference of perception or recall knowledge to see if we're actually going to destroy these things by damaging them, or because we've
What?
seen them reassemble now? I want to know if I can actually like kill it.
What?
Any of
Any of these creatures.
Any of the
Any of these
citizens,
creatures.
undead citizens.
Okay. You can try. Yeah, it would be religion.
Recall religion. 12.
12.
I rolled another 4.
12.
So my 4s are 20s today.
As far as you can tell, it's undetermined. It's indeterminate. Like it feels like, I guess logic would tell you like if the thing was cut off and it just like grew back normally, like it was his flesh arm again, that might indicate to you that this is like there's something else in the room you might have to destroy before you destroy it. But because it was replaced by something else, that logically tells you, okay, these individuals are not relying on a power of their own to regenerate. So perhaps there's a chance of killing them. There's a chance, perhaps. Maybe it's gone down to just beating them until their physical bodies are unable to move. But your gut kind of tells you, I don't think they're just gonna like keep coming back. But you're uncertain.
This one is
Okay. Well, given that uncertainty, I'm going to use second action as I'm like gazing out of the field and like seeing all these different like interactions happening, peeking over the rocks, and I'm still not quite certain about these creatures, but my gaze falls on the man on the throne, and I'm going to hunt prey.
Yeah.
And activate my recall knowledge
Okay.
through that. On assumedly Lord Hoth, question mark, or what was once Lord Hoth.
We don't know who this man
I'm
is.
going to use...
They call him Big Chunker in the
I
streets.
should have said that before I rolled, but I guess I can say it now. I'm gonna use society. I think that makes the most sense as a skill about a person.
So you're trying to determine who this person
For
is.
hunt prey.
Yeah. I'll use society. 15 total.
So you're trying to determine weakness or something like that. Okay. You
Well,
notice
this is a recall knowledge, so yeah, just kind of like.
So, are you gonna? Is this an observation, or you're looking into the past for information on this entity?
Any information about that thing that I know from
You. There's zero knowledge you have
Okay.
in your repertoire about this individual. He looks vaguely. Familiar is not the right word.
Do
but
I even think it's Lord Hoth?
who knows? You have no clue. What you do notice staring at him is this almost imperceptible, 2 times we've used that word, shimmer around him. You can tell just by looking in the corner where it kind of curves. It's circular, it's spherical. You can see it just barely glint when some sort of energy or something passes through. You can see it glint as it spins around. Looks to be like some sort of shell or field. The purpose of which you're not sure. But again, he's covered in this sort of viscous goo. It doesn't really indicate anything like that. It just looks like it's a byproduct or something. But that shell that you barely witnessed, that looks like something. If you were to shoot it, logic, if you were to riddle it out, it's probably something to prevent damage or something like that. It has to be.
Yeah, because he hasn't moved outside of.
He is not. He's just
stabbing
sitting.
his stab.
Yeah, he's just stabbing the spiky part of the axe into the ground over and over. That's all he's done this whole time,
Final action.
other than throwing people around and stuff.
Based on the way we've been moving, that's probably about 25 feet, so they're within my range penalty. So I'm going to take a -2 to this attack, but I'm going to attack the gnome again.
Gnome again, go for
Third
it.
action.
Still my
So we'll do.
Yep, magic weapon is still up.
Yep. And why did I have a -1 before?
It was the -2 plus the 1 from magic weapon.
Yeah.
Made it a -1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's settled.
I got there. Okay.
It was buffering. You were buffering.
Carry the 1.
Buffering.
Divide by 5.
16.
16.
Yahoo!
He's a mage.
Buff.
That was only a 6 on the die, so
Hey-o.
can't fucking miss.
He's a mage. Mages don't have good AC. they're mages. And he's also whack. So go for it.
Whack. Buff.
Whack.
Damage. And his magic weapon is still active. I
Yes.
assume it's not. Is
Yes,
it
it's
not
not.
concentration.
Nope,
just
it
keeps
is not.
going.
And plus, concentration is like a weird thing in Pathfinder too.
1, 2, 3 points of damage.
Oh, come on!
Is that with your modifier?
I don't have a modifier.
Not for range,
Range
no.
weapons.
I didn't
So
know
3
that.
whole points of damage, huh?
Let's go. 30 total. I'm still pulling for the party.
Yeah, he is taking.
So
44
you
damage.
shoot again, and it does pierce, but it's in a place of non-importance.
It's weird. Usually the Goblin and Torin are like up first with Annabelle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I rolled a natural 1 for my initiative.
So that was everything for you, right?
That was everything for me.
And you still
And you still have a 13.
I still went before you.
It's wild.
You watch as the gnome kneels down and he places his hands onto the ground. And that's all he does. Torin.
I don't like that.
Nope.
3
Kind of
action
like-
touch ground.
kind of
Touch
like
grass.
Touch grass.
4 action touch grass.
Or action, go touch grass.
Yucks.
I'm gonna,
My
I'm
mistress-
gonna
What
move
are
him
we
next
talking
turn.
about?
my mistress just put me
Touch
down
flash.
and
You're gonna go attack the tall guy, right?
oh, I'm so sorry. I don't
So
know why I'm
you
compelled to
use
do
your-
this, but
So I think you're gonna probably have to use 2 actions to get right up to him, and then 1 to try to stab.
I do not mind taking 2 actions to get to him at all. But I mean, I don't have a choice, so yes.
So yeah, try to stab him with your rapier.
Fredrick, I'm doing this for my girl. She's my lady. Oh, son of a bitch. Of course.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
that is plus 9, so that's 27.
Yeah.
I love you.
Oh.
Damn.
Love you. Come on, baby.
Damn.
Make it hurt
Not a crit,
so
though.
good. Sometimes love.
That's 6 points of piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And turns out I could have used a +1 to this because it's a magical effect, but we cleared that. It doesn't count. So,
Okay. So
I look at you and I'm like, I'm doing it for my woman. Just like stab you in the ass.
okay. So Aethel swoops down next to you and whispers in your ear and says, "How does it feel to take them? How does it feel?"
I'm sorry, I'm not usually this nervous around pretty women.
Did you
Feels
hear me?
great. It feels
How's
great.
it feel to take?
Yeah.
Feels good.
And she looks at you in your eyes and says, "How does it feel to have your freedom taken from you?"
Oh no. I kind of like it. I think. I don't know if that's me or if it's you.
And she tries to stab you with her nails in the stomach
shit.
as you're speaking.
Come here, love.
So you are no longer under her whims.
After
at this
being
point.
attacked.
So that is actually only a 16.
Woo! What'd you do to me, woman? That was defiling.
So you
She didn't
I
use your
struck it
safe
with my
word.
shield.
okay? You block it with your shield. Okay. Her nails shatter
Oh.
upon stabbing.
Oh, wow.
She reels it back, and the screech comes out that deafens you almost. It's piercing. But you cover your ears just in time. This happens to everybody. It's so loud. And she goes for another grapple. Make a I think it's a fortitude saving throw. I gotta check.
All of it?
Because I have to swap between 17 different freaking.
Would it?
Creatures?
I mean, yeah, but
Or was it reflex?
Okay, so.
I think it's a different thing that he's doing now.
Okay. So that would be a 40.
To grab me?
Yeah, because succubus has used their diplomacy, which is
Oh.
plus a lot,
My gosh.
not their athletics.
Was that a natural 20?
Oh, is this like a
Maybe.
is this like a contested?
It's against your DC.
I mean,
Oh,
can
grab-
you
Yeah,
contest
it's
a 40?
game set. Okay.
I don't think you can roll
She-
a 40 right now.
She grabs
Roll
you
that
and
20.
flies, and it's like flying around the room while grappling, like screaming in your face. That's the last thing she has.
I don't want to make out with you anymore, woman.
Annabelle.
Okay, can I get an
We used to
update
be
on where
comrades.
Aethel and
I
Torin
have a
are?
question.
Yeah.
When she got up to grab him and move away, would she have been within my reach?
Who?
Reaction?
Did you already use your
Because
reaction? this
he
round?
had to
Yeah,
move
he was
up.
This
Move.
round? No. It came
No.
my
Yes.
turn came again.
Yeah.
She would have?
Yeah.
Taken a strike.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
25.
Yeah, that hits.
Ooh, baby. Fredrick on fire.
9 points of slashing damage.
So you manage to catch her as she's going for the grab right on the elbow, which actually does completely sever her right arm entirely. It also it scrapes Torin's armor, but no damage is dealt.
We'll have to polish that later.
She is, I guess, so in the zone, so enraged, she, by sheer force of will, still manages to wrench Torin up with her remaining arm, screaming all the while. Okay.
Does
So
say
Annabelle.
grapple with your free
Yeah.
hand.
Where are they? Are they
In the air.
Torin and Aethel?
They are
Within 30 feet of me, actually, is the
I
question.
would guess like they flew this way, so I'm imagining they're somewhere over here in like
Cool.
above Victor.
Cool.
I should have gotten a flying. I keep forgetting to buy one of those.
Those
Oh,
little
the
hands.
razor
Yeah.
visors.
So,
Does she have a cold iron weakness?
don't worry, Viet, I'll get to you.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Cold iron weakness.
So that would be 14.
Nice.
Nice.
More damage.
Took off like an extra 2 inches of iron.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and get Aethel's attention.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try to get exploit vulnerability on her. So I'd like to roll.
Do your thing, girl. Do your thing, girl.
Okay. I believe that would be a 22. Let me just make sure I know that I'm rolling the right thing. Esoteric lore check. Yes. 22.
They have a you give you their weaknesses and you're going to utilize those.
A
against them.
success is its highest weakness.
So
and I'm
there's
gonna
two
use
in
those.
contest in
Cool.
contest with that. That would be cold iron and good.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna
The glee.
definitely gonna
I was like,
go for that good weakness as she pulls out the banner
Because she
Oh.
made
and holds it up in her hand as she fires her crossbow.
You made
She
a
made
it.
Band of the Phoenix banner.
She did.
Oh,
Look at this
that's
shit.
cool.
Look at this shit. Like, hold up.
I
Here.
started this after session 1. That happened
Look
and I said,
at
I'm
this.
obsessed.
nice. Huge.
The
Well,
ribbit
I made-
bear.
That's mine now.
Take it from my cold dead hands.
Is
Please
good
don't kill me.
damage and positive the same?
She holds it up and
So,
Jusiel just called out to her as she shoots. Do you remember what you stood for? And take an attack against her.
Little hand crossbow action.
Little crescent cross.
I don't know.
That's, I believe, a dirty 20. Let me check that I know what I'm doing. Yes. Yeah.
Doing great.
I want to say for the record, those in the rules, this is not a standard succubus. Before I say what I'm about to say, those who've memorized the succubus AC, this is a lesser succubus, which is a concoction I'm making. So
We're only level 3.
Stop talking.
We're only level 3.
I can already hear it. I'm about to say that it's a hit, and everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, the AC of a succubus is this crazy number." Okay, that does land.
Great.
So you're trying to use some form of mental good damage. with her right now.
Yes. Yeah, I'm,
So don't even roll for damage right now. What you're doing right now, like from a roleplay standpoint, you brought out the banner, and you're trying to use good against her. Correct.
yeah.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. This might be a little different.
A
Sure.
little
But I
unorthodox.
feel like that sort of role play connotation would make less sense for physical damage per se.
Sure.
I'm gonna say a role play thing, and then I'm going to roll for. I'm gonna have you roll for a mental damage strike after, and I'll tell you how
Cool.
much you're gonna do because
Cool.
succubuses are different.
Cool.
Okay. So you're trying to appeal to her good nature you've exploited the vulnerability,
Yeah.
and you're homogenizing that with her past history.
With her, yeah. Personal history.
Which it does. So you watch as she stops dead in the air and drops Torin. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's
no, I'm so
only
sorry,
about
man.
15 feet. So
Look at
whatever
you.
15
You'll
feet
be
the
fine.
fall damage is, or however you have to do. I think it's an acrobatics or athletics check to prevent that. I can't remember. You'll have to see like falling rules. There's too many rules of Pathfinder.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, you're
yeah. We have figured out fall damage before.
You guys deal
It's
with
like
that.
half-
I'm
It's
gonna
half
go
the
for
distance.
Half the
for
distance or
four.
something like that. So you take like 8
7,
damage.
8.
Or
Yeah.
She raises
Just
the
like
stump,
8.
and
No.
her.
Half the distance you fail.
I'll let you guys go.
It's just half the distance he fell, so that's the amount of damage he takes. There's no
Round it
roll.
up or down.
I think you round everything
Would
up,
just be
down.
Down.
Yeah, everything is down, I'm
Seven.
pretty
Oh,
sure.
7. You take 7. I'm
Nice.
sorry. I always want to round up.
So,
In the background of this really
Sorry.
cinematic scene.
she looks down at you and at the banner, and stares for a couple of seconds before she slowly starts to move towards you. So you have 2 more actions, I believe, or 1 more, 2 more, 2 more actions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No.
One more action. Because exploit vulnerability.
And then making an attack, I guess, even if I'm
With
not
that thing.
firing my crossbow.
Mm.
And
Fire again. It's
I want to try and like keep her captivated.
Distraction.
Yeah.
Distraction.
and docile if I can.
Okay. So you're going to use the same sort of
And
roleplay action
I'll.
to communicate.
Create a diversion.
Yeah, create a
Mm.
diversion.
It was crumpled in her hand, and she'll unfurl it
Uh-huh.
and check and position how it was.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
How it would have been
For
on the
rules'
banner.
sake, create a diversion is a deception check.
Yeah. Create a diversion.
If
You're
that's
gonna
what you
roll.
wanted to do.
You gonna roll for it?
Yeah.
Deception check.
I assume it's against her DC, because they're not usually contested unless you choose it to be.
Compared to the perception DC.
Perception DC.
I'm not really lying, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's true. She's not
It could
lying.
be. I mean,
It's
like,
just with a gesture trick or some distracting
performance
words.
would also be an 8,
Mm.
right? Like,
Okay.
there's not a.
Okay, here, I know what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Mm. Yeah, because she has a disadvantage because of good. Yours was an 8?
Yeah.
Wow, okay, that's crazy. So what I did is I did basically a will save minus the good stat. I'm just coming up with shit on the spot
like
right
good
now.
weakness.
Hell yeah.
Because this is
Yeah.
so bizarre. I
Yeah.
have to give it. I have
Yeah.
to give
I
something
was
to
gonna
you
say
for
it
making
now.
the banner.
Hero point.
Hero.
She made a banner. That roleplay moment. Now in first 9 sessions, give someone a hero
You
point.
guys haven't done anything worthy of it till right
Yes,
now.
she has.
Don't
Right
act like
now.
I was supposed
Till
to
right
give it
now.
elsewhere. All you've done is
Hero point.
fail your god as a
Hero
paladin.
point.
Hero point. Hero point. Hero point. Hero point.
I'm not.
Hero
I'm not part of this. I don't know what's happening.
No, fine. You get a hero point.
Hey.
This is the last time you guys bully me. Okay, so because of the reduction in efficacy, she is susceptible to what you're saying. She actually, we're gonna pause combat here. She has, she floats down, and with her good left arm, grabs the banner, looks at you, and then
Throws herself off the edge.
Where's the edge? Do we have an edge?
there's a brief moment. There's a brief moment where you two are looking at each other eye to eye. She's obviously considerably taller than you, but she's looking at you. You can see that her eyes are now malformed, varicose. There's a hint of fatigue. Out of her left eye, one tear. Her left arm starts to shake with the banner in hand.
And I.
She lets it go.
Can I snatch it from the air?
Sure.
Yeah. Catch it before it falls. I'm so much shorter.
And jabs Viet in the throat. Or tries to with her left hand. And that's a natural 20.
Yes!
I'm so happy.
You watch.
This is such
This is not scripted. None of this is ever
Oh.
scripted, but this is really not scripted. This is really not
shit.
scripted.
Nicely done.
You watch us as she dives her left arm or left hand in the nails, which are like sharp as daggers, deep into the flesh of this monstrous halfling, and rips clean out the trachea and throat. You watch as the halfling struggles to their knees and collapses face down on the ground. And Victor, across the way, like a puppet with his strings cut, collapses and turns to dust instantly. She takes her left thumb deep in the neck, the vertebrae, which is how far she got, deep into the neck, pushes it out. The vertebrae, which would be the spinal cord.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
But instead of what you might expect to be more gore, is a shard. Glowing. Red and purple. She drops the remaining viscera, taking this shard, this very sharp shard, in her hand, almost like a needle. And with one last look at you, stabs herself in the heart. And like this is a terrible example, but like an animal that's been struck in the head, she starts to writhe on the floor, seizing, until she stops moving. And her body begins to bubble and boil and seep deep into the ground until all that remains is the skeleton of a human female. Minus the arm, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, what the...
What the
hell?
fuck?
Oh my gosh!
I'm like close to tears.
That was
I'm like
Incredible
legit-
roleplay decision.
I don't know why.
Hell yes.
Like April, like obviously has been more off screen than anything, but just this moment, like I'm like this close to fucking crying.
And I think
Wow. Good job, guys.
Annabelle's feeling a
Fucking
lot
good
of
job.
things, but she does smile, just like knowing that Ethel's free, and that, you know, she got the last hit. Like she won in a way. She's badass, and I'm a big fan.
Up goes the axe. Down goes the axe. Shards of the mosaic fly even further. The remains of Aethel quiver.
You. No.
And explode.
Oh.
I want you to make a reflex saving throw.
Oh,
Whoa, that's
sorry.
on the tray.
You think you can
I
win?
I can't roll in the tray for my life.
Really?
17.
Okay. Okay.
No, I can't roll in the tray to save my life.
I would say outward shock of not only seeing a close friend that you thought had a fate worse than death perish officially, as well as what you assumed to be her father, and what you came to know as a young halfling girl, which
Yeah.
is probably not the case. Probably never was. But you tell yourself that perhaps. Your subconscious is trying to guard you a little bit. But the bones explode, and you're not quick enough to dodge out of the way. And it deals... Okay. Deals 5 points of piercing damage with the bone shards of
Okay.
Aethel jamming deep into your skin.
I have a part of her with me.
Okay.
You said 5?
5 points of piercing damage.
Thank
Okay,
you.
that is 3 down. I think 3 to go.
Yeah.
Okay. There's that. Fredrick.
Jeez.
Well, let's kick it off with a power attack.
Let's do it.
16.
16. Okay. That doesn't hit. My brain kind of just went on like a dial-up tone.
Yeah.
Matthew had the same thing earlier. It's okay. The buffering's weird tonight.
Yeah, dial-up tone.
Second swing, 10.
10. Okay. Yeah, it misses as well.
Alright, that's all I got.
Okay. And that's up with him. So he is going to, again, try to strike you with a power attack.
Alright.
It's an 11. Wow. He's kind of bad with this thing.
Jeez.
Like I'm talking like 2s and 3s
Yeah.
over here. This is really bad. He winds up and again tries to strike, but again using the flat part of your blade, you push it aside. He goes again with the attack penalty to strike you with a standard attack. Okay. That's a 1. Okay. Okay, let's roll for it. See what the hell's about to happen here. It's another 1.
Oh my god.
So that has to be crazy, right? There's no way.
Two
Okay.
crit
I
fails.
think
Fucker.
So, almost in a furious
gave
rage,
you some.
you can tell he's becoming desperate. He's in front of some sort of liege of his,
Yeah.
and he's failing ultimately against you, and he's going again for the attack. You stand still, but at the last second faint. Instead of using the blunt of your blade like you have been, you simply duck. And this extended axe collides straight on the gnome. Dealing...
Nice. Did you roll max?
Yeah, I did. That one I
Yes.
did. Say, Orc, how do you want to do this? Wow. This
Hell
is
yes.
the weirdest encounter I've ever ran.
Where you've killed all of them.
This is so weird.
You've
It's like
killed all of them
Killing all of
yourself.
them.
this is the most self-destructive encounter I've ever ran.
Dude, this is one of the best.
This is so dope.
He winds up and goes for the
Living
strike.
dead.
You faint. He collides straight in the head of the gnome, cutting it clean off, exposing yet again that shard. The blade of the axe is actually, if you were to look quick enough, dented where it collided with the shard. Chipped. Not dented,
Yeah,
dented,
yeah,
but
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
chipped. The blade has folded where it hit the shard, but it rode over it and cleaved the rest of the flesh up to the needle point of the shard and through. A spark flies off the shard. Then another. Then another. Granted, he was almost dead because
Yeah.
you blitzed him, and he's a mage, so this wasn't. It didn't take much. But there's sparks start to fly off.
No.
I gotta take a picture.
No.
Oh no.
You
Is
can
that
send
your
it to
third
me. I
one
have
in
my
a row?
phone here.
The
I'm the only one trusted with the phone.
Hey, what
rest of us are heathens
Yeah.
and fools.
That is 3 in a row.
That's true.
Oh my gosh.
Another natural one on his reflex. I need you to make a reflex saving throw.
It
Come
is
on,
a
come on.
Christmas
Yes.
miracle.
And Torin. No, you got flown. You're over there.
Yeah, you got
I
I've
know,
rolled.
you were-
just been
fuck
too
I-
lazy to move. Guys.
21.
Okay, you
Woo.
made it. The gnome is a gnome's body, kind of a mixture of this blue and purple electricity like we described earlier, and this orange reddish hue start to spark, and he explodes in a cascade of lightning. You manage to do a roll out of the way about 5 feet, just far enough away before it catches you. But the orc is not so lucky.
Maybe we really were invited here. It's a weird show.
Okay. Wow. That is actually, out of all the possibilities, this has been the weirdest. You guys gotta trust me. I'm not doing anything over here. Like,
We
I-
dude, we trust you.
I'm not
Honestly.
doing
Great
anything.
time.
Yeah.
I can't believe this is happening right now.
It's a Christmas miracle.
The gnome explodes outward, electrifying the orc. And he's shaking and convulsing. He drops his axe. And when it's done, the gnome is ash, all but the shard. And the orc, chest blazing more than ever with his tattoo, all the marks cascading all over his body. Even with that, he collapses to one knee and lands with his hands down. But even after a couple of seconds, he pushes himself by force of will back up. He walks one step, one step, one step in front of you.
Almost 3 actions.
And kneels.
Oh.
You have one, you can do one thing here.
He'll just. I know it's supposed to be a two-handed weapon, but he's not swinging with it. So he'll just take the greatsword and he'll just point at the heart.
Okay. As you do that, he looks up to you and says 3 words. Strongest survive. And he walks forward, killing himself.
Oh.
On his blade, on your blade, his body's been impaled, and his head, not failing to meet your eye for 1 second, finally droops.
Damn.
Throne.
Sling him.
Sling him aside.
Yes.
Not a second thought.
The individual that you're fighting
Mm-hmm.
vanishes.
Oh shit.
A puff of smoke.
Cool.
The 2 guards in front
Mm-hmm.
vanish in a puff of smoke. All that remains now is you 5, the man on the throne, and the heart. That is when you feel in your back a sharp ping of frost.
Take out the dagger.
Inside is the dagger. Frozen. You see the exact same energy. Red and purple hued. The heart, now very, very exposed. And the individual sitting at the throne, unmoving.
Fredrick will very quietly, I'll say it louder here, but very quietly say, I hope you are truly real. And he will sling the dagger at the heart.
At the heart. Time slows. Your subconscious mind is sharp, though, sharper than it's ever been. That same sort of feeling when you breathe in cold air in the dead of morning right after the sun breaks. That same sharpness, that clarity is present in your mind right now. You know in your heart that the blade will strike. It leaves your fingers. It tumbles through the air towards the heart of the city. And you can hear another voice, one that is unmistakably clear. Say, it is your honor. The blade pierces the heart. And is destroyed.
Oh.
It starts subtly at first. A varicose pattern emerges from the stab wound, spidering out like shattered glass. And it creaks and creeps and creeps more. And it keeps spreading and spreading and spreading until the entire dome above is cracked. He stands and walks to the center of the room. He slowly places his axe on his back. He looks to you and gives a very slight, curt nod as the dome erodes like dust being blown away on the wind to reveal the split veil above. The light emanating forces you all through sheer instinct to look up and behold the schism. The veil between the abyss and the mortal world is only a few feet away from your head. As you look deep into the heart of the abyss, you all see the most horrific visions, custom tailored to torment you. A second looking into it feels like a millennia. What do you do?
Witton is going to try and pull his eyes away from the schism if he can.
You can. You can
Yeah.
all look away if you'd like.
I think Annabelle fires into it at one of the visions.
There's 0% of a chance you can will yourself to do that. I'm going to tell you right now.
Okay.
This is overwhelming odds. You can
Okay.
look away, but nothing that logic or thought out. It's just pure primal energy that's surging through your veins right now, what you can and can't do.
I think that Torin just takes in all of these weird visions. I think it's one of those things for him that, despite how horrific this is, he doesn't throw up. He just watches. Well, I mean, the point of all of this is so that none of that happens. And I think he takes that as a reminder.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I dropped something. And it's now caught in my costume. There we go. Okay. But the man never stops looking at you. Not for a second. None of this seems to surprise him.
Stay on him.
The dome officially reaches the edges of the wall, goes down the wall. You are, in fact, on top of the royal plume. You can see for miles. And that's when he reveals himself.
Is it Hoth?
Oh God.
I think.
How big is this boy?
I think it's Hoth.
Oh my God!
Oh, okay.
Bad. Uh-oh.
Holy
Shit!
shit.
Jesus Christ. Who's that? Actually, he exists in Pathfinder lore because Earth exists.
Damn. Interesting. What the fuck?
He stands before you all and raises his double-headed axe, glistening with the blood of hundreds of thousands of mortals and demons alike, into the sky. And a massive bolt of chaotic energy arcs down and deals the final blow to the demon of the city. Outside, you watch like a breath before the exhale. Nothing happens. And then chaos energy erupts at an extreme pace, like a tidal wave outward, corrupting everything in its wake. In your mind, Annabelle, you think back in your subconscious mind to the question that many orators asked, which was, how? How did demons, despite the fact that they are repellent to mortal energies, find spontaneous root at various points in the world for no reason? And you think you've just witnessed how? He takes you all in a split second, and with his massive wings, rises to the sky and flies. After a few moments, you land. You find yourself very high. The ground below you is charred and blackened. Dead wood. You glance your surroundings. You are at the top of the dead ichor tree. One thing can be heard beyond the shadow of a doubt as you look over the ashlands. People are screaming. You watch as chaos corruption emanates rapidly out from the fief of Del Ruth, killing all and corrupting all in its wake. It grows, more specifically, to the west, where the fief of Price resides. The demon stands at the edge of the tree, his gnarled whip and double-headed axe folded behind him, very regal, till he finally turns around to face you all. He extends his axe out. Blood drips, drip, drip, onto the surface of the wood, forming a puddle. And with the other hand, he drops his whip and simply gestures for you to look.
At this point, I mean,
I step
No.
forward.
No! Claire!
I look him deep in the eyeballs. What do they look like?
They're stark yellow.
I see that now. I've looked at the miniature.
I think at this point, Torin has already felt like he failed. I mean, the fact that this creature's just done what it has, he doesn't really understand what's happening. And the fact that it just picked us up and brought us over to the tree, he feels almost as helpless as a child, so he's just gonna go look.
Torin, stop!
I grab Torin's arm and I slowly lift up the sleeve.
That's
And I see, I think,
my bracelet.
a bracelet. He slowly lowers the sleeve again. And then he just holds your hand and walks forward with you.
Okay.
I nod, and I walk forward as well to look.
As you two creep pensively toward the puddle of blood on the ground, you're all reminded of that story that halfling told you at the beginning when you all coalesced to join the Band of the Phoenix in the Fief of Price before taking on this damned mission. You know who this is. This is Grug, the King Eater. Words cannot do justice to his form. His size echoes with the dead he has consumed. On his chest is the same symbol as yours, emblazoned with millions of marks. Both human, mortal, halfling, dwarf, demon, millions. Tiny, but you know, millions. As you two walk forward, you catch a glimpse of someone else there, standing behind the demon lord.
Your thighs are so large. Oh.
Civil stands there, smiling his devilish grin. He raises one hand, makes this gesture, snaps his fingers. And for all 5 of you, black. Each one of you hears something different in the darkness. Annabelle hears 3 words. Give it back. You, Witton, hear 2 words. Come home. Torin hears nothing. You only hear laughter. You hear good job. You 5 awake, standing, not laying down. You come back, standing at the entryway to the Fief of Price. not just the entryway. You're inside of the fief. You're standing in front of the entryway to the inner sanctum, the throne of the Baron Prysic. This used to be, from your recollection, a very busy part of the fief. People would dash to and fro, collecting things, trading. It was often very populated and busy. It is desolate. There's no blood or gore or guts or dead things around like you're accustomed to in the demon city, but here there's crates knocked over, barrels smashed, looted houses. Everyone's gone. In front of you, though, leading to the inner sanctum, are 2 open doors.
What are beyond the open doors? Or
It's
what
about 45 feet away from you. I don't know.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
What kind of laughter?
What kind of laughter?
Cute.
It is a deep bellowing
Like a little
laughter,
snowflake.
like from the pit of the world is what it would resonate in your very soul.
Annabelle's hand snaps straight to her lantern.
Mm-hmm.
It's there.
We're not dead.
This doesn't feel like it did when I did, at least.
Torin pinches himself.
I just start walking forward.
This is
Same.
Slow pace, but
You feel a glow coming from your hip. A warm glow.
this is real. Her life. I kind of just pat my my drinking horn on the side,
Mm-hmm.
and I just kind of give it like a reassuring squeeze, as in, I assume we need to talk, and then I continue to walk with my friends.
Okay.
Last one thing.
Mm-hmm.
If everyone else is walking, Witton's gonna stay for a second and just kind of, without taking it off, pull the pendant from like around his neck. He kind of like tucks it away every once in a while, but
Mm-hmm.
pulls it out and just kind of looks at it. Don't know what you have planned, but I really hope what we've done is a part of it.
A shake. You can feel the earth tremble beneath your feet. Again,
Just gonna walk
Another
forward, I
shake.
guess. Then just, yeah.
you walk forward into the inner sanctum of
How
Baron
high
Prysic.
up are we?
The FIFA Price is not as overtly regal as the FIFA Del Ruth. It is a little bit more logistic and fortified, something you might see in actual medieval history.
Mhm.
So there's not multiple rings going up. It's a couple of walls and inner sanctum, essentially. So you're not very high up. It's very low. There's walls cutting your vision off. You can tell, though, in the sky as you look up. At first, nothing, but the first inklings of this purple hue cresting over the wall's horizon.
I walk faster.
Okay. So you guys enter the inner sanctum.
Yeah.
Yep.
As you enter, it's very dim, but there's one brazier lit at the end of the hall, where he was the last time you were before him to grant your blessing prior to your leave, is the Baron Prysic. A bald man, very large man, sitting, his head drooped, but breathing, about 50 feet ahead of you in the darkness.
Jog, 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 jog,
So
jog.
you walk forward.
Yeah.
Going so fast.
You guys are approximately 10 feet away from the Baron.
What's happening?
Hey.
You hear him breathe inwards and then exhale. And he begins to speak. I should have known. There were whispers, of course, but I opted to ignore them. What do they call you? The bound, yes?
That's what we've been called before.
Some of us, at least.
I find that to be quite appropriate. He stands and begins to walk down the stairs leading to his throne towards you. You were once members of the Band of the Phoenix. The ground shakes beneath your feet again. He does not pay any heed to these tremors. I recall your leader threatening me with regicide if I failed to conform to her demands. Oh, fear not, you accursed. I am no fool. The servant is often blind to the will of the master. They are bound. And you can see his smile when he says the word bound. A row of half-rotted teeth. To the world in which the ruler spins. And he meets each of your eyes. That web must run very deep. Yes, I can see it. I could also see it in her eyes. And now, you have destroyed the balance that kept us all alive. Yes, I think so. It is truly finished. He stands before you and raises both arms and states, the final court of Prysic the Seven begins. In the rafters, a series of braziers light up. You look. Hundreds of men standing, sitting, waiting, armed to the teeth. Hundreds, dozens for each square 10 to 15 feet, dozens of men standing in these Romanesque Gothic rafters. These 5 bound, the Baron states in a very booming voice, stand accused of the most horrendous offense, crimes against the sanctity of life in service to the abyss. How do you 5 plead? A silence falls.
I take it that you're serious. All of this. Folks around us.
An arrow flies from the rafters and strikes you in the leg, dealing 8 points of piercing damage. Aim to kill. Well, to maim seriously. Not aim to kill, but to maim seriously. He says nothing. Sorry, the Baron Prysic says nothing.
Not guilty. We were sent to kill what came from the abyss, and we did what we could.
We did more than that.
In accordance with our traditions, you may state your innocence or guilt, of course. You are also permitted to tell the court your tale. I will then speak. From there, the council will request answers to questions. He sort of looks around. Given the council has fled, that means I will ask them. Do you understand?
He just nods.
Very well. Speak! He yells, his voice reverberating, almost timed with another tremor, again coming closer to the Baron. of pricing.
Can I do like a sense motive on the Baron?
Sure.
And what I'm trying to sense is more so like possession.
Okay.
Alright, where is that? What the fuck am I doing?
Since motive is perception.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay, so that's a pretty solid roll. He is deadly serious. There's not a hint behind his eyes of manipulation, mind control, demonic corruption, none of that. This is simply a man speaking what he believes to be the truth.
We were sent to Delruth under the pretense that Hoth had a captive, and he wanted to sacrifice her to possibly bring out the abyss into the Ashlands. We got there. Been already taken by abyssal forces. Made our way through. And found out that the entirety of Delruth, at least the fief itself, was a living creature from the abyss. Once we got to the top, more abyssal forces. At one point, the dome fell, and we saw into the abyss. There was an opening. And the legend of the King Eater came through and appeared before all 5 of us.
Proof. He whispers under his breath.
I will go under any spell, anything.
Proof! We don't conduct witchcrafts in this Saint Hall. You will provide physical proof.
Another tremor.
I'm unsure of how to give physical proof.
I know. And Fredrick will just take his greatsword and jam it to the ground next to him. Buckles on his side. Buckles on his side. Buckles on his side. Clong! I was marked.
That's the same mark that the King Eater has upon their own skin.
He starts to laugh, first low. Kind of a wheeze, and then emanating through the hall, the only sound in the room. And he states, "You mean to tell me the only proof you have is that this man bears the same mark as the demon lord of old?"
We have more. I'm like gripping my leg at this point. But don't you believe in balance? There should be balance in the world. If they've got their side with their mark, then he, and I point towards Fredrick, he is the other side of that coin. If we want to see any kind of balance in this world again, I think you're gonna need us.
Didn't you? Wasn't this mission at your behest?
You foolish girl. And he starts to laugh. If I could go back and with my own hands wring the neck of that witch, Ethel, I would do so. And I would burn burn every member of her damnable band with my command!
I hold my tongue back.
Well, you got pretty close.
Pretty easy to say when there's only 5 of us left.
How'd you know we'd be here anyway? For all these people to watch us like animals?
You think I don't have connections? I saw it. And he snaps his fingers, and from the back of the auditorium, this inner sanctum, drops the same type of Magitech screen that you all witnessed, or you two specifically witnessed, during your adventures in the sewers.
Gnomish technology.
And you see, deep in the rafters, barely visible above where the Magitech screen is lowering, Civil, sitting there. You can't see the upper side of his face, but you see his grin and sharp teeth and his, sitting on the rafters, his little right leg swinging almost with his hand put up, and then he vanishes. Are you holding that as Annabelle?
Yeah.
Okay. The Baron holds his hand out. He takes it, and he unfurls it. And he kind of squints at first, because he was in the zone. He was about to unveil the fact that he's been watching you from afar through some connection of his. When he notices the piece of paper. And he sees the seal on it. And he takes it and he reads it. And he starts to chuckle. And he says, "You damned fools." Oh, you damned fools. I don't have a daughter. And he starts to laugh as he drops the note, and the tremors keep coming, and the Magitech screen vibrates. I don't have a daughter! You are guilty. Guilty of one thing. Being weapons of destruction with no understanding or conscience. Manipulated to destroy the mortal world for the sake of the abyss. That is the truth. I know, and he looks at you, what you did, allowing yourself in all of your stupidity and self-loathing to have the audacity to think that you are meant for anything more than damnation. I watched as you destroyed that seed fiend. I watched as you damned us all to the abyss. And for this reason, and since you can't find any other thing to defend yourselves, I, Baron Prysic the Seventh, as the final will of this court, before the end of all things, and the tremors begin to erupt extremely violently. The stained glass windows in the back are shattering and falling in, but it's not bothering him at all. Continue to death. And
How large is this man?
he's like 8 or 9 feet tall. He's massive. He's this hulking figure. Without a second, do what?
Don't worry about it.
Without a second moment of hesitation, hundreds of men and women jump from the ceiling, landing deftly all around you. They bear the eye of the gouger on their chests. You know who these are. These are men and women whose sole duty is to hunt and exterminate every single bound in existence. For one reason and one alone. Some of the gods who grant bound powers are known to grant them by survival of the fittest. And they seek to prove that they're the fittest of all, regardless of the context behind your individual powers. They don't care. They rush you.
Before everything happens, and I imagine that this is like all chaotic and like happening almost in slow motion, I'm just gonna take my tankard and I'm gonna take a big drink.
You guys have the ability to run. Try to run for the door. That's it. That's all you can do.
Does anything?
I mean, I guess you could do something extra.
Does anything happen when I drink from Caden's tankard this time?
No.
Okay, I don't think so.
Witton is gonna run.
Yeah. Fredrick's not getting out unless I take him out. So I'm grabbing him by the hand and trying to run. And if he doesn't run, I don't run.
It's not about him anymore. He'll run.
So
I
you
catch
flee.
the Baron's eye after they start running.
You do what?
I catch the Baron's eye as they're like
I
swarming towards us.
physically imagined you like trying to grab his eye. I was like, you're doing what? Like, okay.
I meet him
see.
in the eye, and as I'm starting to like sprint backwards and turn, I just smile and I say, "Guilty," and turn and keep running.
He screams, "Die. Die, you damned fools, and take your kind with you." Curses as, again, you're running and it's becoming more and more quiet. Curses to each of you and every man, woman, child you ever associate with. May you carry the death of every mortal on your shoulders until your life is brutally ripped from you. As you all sprint full out, being chased by hundreds of gougers, you watch as you make some distance away as even more start to pile out of the ashen wood as you flee south. The entrance of the Baron of Prysick's domain is facing south. Even more step out, all smiling, hundreds of them, forcing you to turn right and up north, following the ocean to your left. As you run, you can see to the right the corruption reach the Fief of Price, and it collapses. Step by step, you sprint. Hundreds of gougers close behind. That is the
As
end
we run
of Arc 1.
in
As we
all of our brains, there is one thing just pulsing. We cannot speak. We are running for our lives. But together, we all hear the same thing.
When the gate rose,
We
fell.
when ash fell,
We rose.
when the abyss opened,
We stood.
from ashes,
To ashes.
Mourne
Mourne will
be
be
reborn.
Kind of bittersweet, given the nature of what just occurred.
Uh-huh.
And that is the conclusion of Ashes to Ashes.
Shit.
Just like so much to decompress.
Okay, cool.
Dude.
So that was just the first arc.
Is it just weird that like I was like, I don't know if Torin leaves.
No,
It
it's
just
not
takes
weird.
a sentence. It's
Not,
fine.
not weird at all. What the hell?
Whoa.
So, from,
Oh, no.
from the first session, I knew
I'm not even bound.
I knew in my mind
Whatever.
that I had to try to lay the seeds in a way that made the conclusion of this effective, I'll say this. I have, since the very first session, in various minor ways, without much context at the time, warned about this outcome since the beginning. I wasn't 100% sure what was going to occur, but I was pretty confident, given your characters and who you've developed to be, that this was going to be one of the 5 outcomes I wrote for this arc.
Oh my god.
So you got ending one of
The idea that it
ending
could have
one
gone a
of
different
5.
way, I cannot
essentially.
cope with, and
No.
so I will be
Nice.
ignoring. Thank you.
So
I
when we
wrote
come back in a
5
month,
endings, just giving
can we
myself a little.
replay and try for a different ending? I just want to know what the options are.
And quick
I mean-
load.
Yeah, delete.
Save.
No,
Start
I
a
won't
new.
tell you, but
start
I'll
a
tell
new
you
save
that
file.
when it's right here. I wrote 5 potential endings depending on your character growth and where you went with your characters.
So, on a scale of varying endings, how bad was this one?
This feels like a pretty bad one. Not gonna lie.
Do you want me to actually tell you, or do you
I mean,
want me to-
is
like,
this
you don't
like
have to
the
say-
worst ending we could have gotten?
Yeah.
Yes.
Worst
Damn
is,
it.
is relative.
Yeah, that's fair.
This isn't a punished ending.
Yeah.
This is an end. Like it's like because I think a lot of games get it wrong where you play it wrong or stupid and you get a bad ending.
Yeah.
My favorite are like endings that make logical sense in conjunction with the character growth. That's all I was
Yeah.
worried about. It was creating an ending to the arc that made sense. Given, I think what really set the ball rolling when I really started, oh shit, I know where they're heading, was when he faced the Vavakian.
Oh wow.
That-
Session 2.
Session 2 is when I was
Wow.
like, I started to get hints of where it was going to end up leading.
Was
But-
what any of
was
those?
a huge
but-
thing, right?
So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
The thing that Mark.
yeah, a couple of things he
Yeah.
said. He said it was he called the Fief of Delruth a seed fiend.
Yeah, I
The
noticed
Baron
that.
did. He was obviously watching, in some regards,
Yeah.
you guys from a distance. To what reason? Who knows? Was he trying to stop you or just punish you? What was the case? What was happening there? Who was allowing him and granting him passage, and why? Why did the devil say good job to did you do the right thing or not? Why was this giant demon lord Grug one of the most feared ones so ambivalent, like just so ambivalent to the situation? This individual that's been proselytized to be the scourge of mortal kind. And why are the Ashlands so important?
Yeah.
And why did they need to fall? And why did Grug specifically want them to? Questions that may have some answers in Arc 2, maybe not. But you guys have
Probably
successfully committed genocide. Congratulations.
Oh,
Oh no.
That's one. Only like 0.02 people get that achievement.
There's a lot of,
Okay.
and I mean, I don't know if it's warranted going back and watching it. And I want to be clear, I wasn't trying to pull like a fast
Yeah.
one.
No.
I think this was the ending that made sense
Yeah.
for your characters.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it just made the most sense.
I just like an interesting story. So as
Yeah.
long as that's what
I'm-
we're grooving,
Well,
whether
you know.
we're like good, bad,
We're
whatever,
all hunted
we're telling
now.
a story.
It's not just me.
Yeah.
So yeah, you
Yours is
guys
just by a
are
supernatural creature.
running away from the cult of the Gouger, which are
Were they
bad
already hunting
news.
you?
Do what?
No, the shadow was hunting her, is what she was saying.
Oh, I see.
I said we're all hunted now.
No, we were all just deceived, basically.
I
Yeah.
know why they're
From the
hunting
beginning.
Yeah.
Not bound.
But
I mean, that goes into Aethel and what
By-
was the context behind that.
Aethel, like who? By whoever wrote the note?
Aethel was the yeah.
No,
Aethel
Aethel didn't write
Right.
that
Gave you
note.
the note,
Right.
Someone in
Yeah.
Delruth wrote the note.
Right.
And we found it on Aethel.
See,
who was in the
so
monster thing.
what? This is y'all's fault. This one is.
Okay.
My thought was like, I don't know if they're gonna remember this or not, but she had a contact inside of Delruth.
Yeah.
When you uncovered the fact that Delruth had been lost,
Yeah.
or was there ever a Delruth?
that
Well,
we
contact.
didn't,
like-
we didn't
like,
get
there's a
that
lot of
drop until like
questions.
last week of like, oh, this is
Well,
not
sure,
Del Ruth.
sure.
Yeah.
But
like,
I was
yeah.
wondering, will they remember that the contact wrote, there was never a daughter.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, you guys joined the Band of the Phoenix, and for whatever reason, the destiny was pointing you towards Delruth. And for some reason, Civil was sitting on the rafters, swinging his feet, grinning right at you.
I think all that part makes perfect sense. I think I did
That's
a great
very
job.
in character. We're not. That's
Oh
fine.
my
And
gosh.
what do people see in the puddle that drive them to either fight or lose their minds? Who's to say? Yeah,
we
when
get
you
to see
guys
what
said
was
you were
in
going
the
to go look, I was like, they don't remember the story.
I kept telling him not
They
to.
don't remember the story. They don't remember the
Yeah, you
story.
got her. Yeah, Claire's just is a soldier at heart.
Yeah. You guys got put on trial. And
Oh my
found guilty,
gosh.
which you are, I guess.
Well, we didn't know.
No,
Manslaughter,
the council's
I mean,
disbanded.
Sure.
Price doesn't exist anymore, and the council's disbanded.
Yeah,
Everyone's-
honestly,
everyone's
there was
like-
no council.
There's
That was
no
not
body.
a fair trial.
There's no body. He might still be alive. That's all I'm saying.
That was not a fair trial. Just
Yeah, I
there
don't
was
know.
just
And
him.
another
Price
question:
is kinda
why
I'll just say it.
was he silent? There's a lot of things. A lot of. I'm trying to clue in people to what to look forward to in Arc 2, which is. I do have a name for the arc. Do you guys want me to tell you the name of the arc right now? I've got a name.
I mean,
It's pretty obvious what
I
the name of the
mean,
arc is.
Balance.
Arc 1 is Ashes to Ashes. Arc 2
dust to dust.
coming out. No, I would. Arc 2 coming
kill
out
myself.
next year, January 6th.
Nope.
7th, 5th,
13th.
13th. 13th. Jeez.
What? Yeah, you're right.
yeah,
You're right.
13.
January 13th. Arc 2. The Hunted.
Oh. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks.
So we shall
Bound
see.
and hunted.
We shall
Yikes.
see. The pieces fall together.
Jeez.
I mean, I think
your
we're
name
on the
for
same page as terms of play Claire and Civil. I
Yeah.
think all that makes sense to me.
Oh boy. What does it
God.
entail? The demons have taken the
It's
Ashlands.
like stuff like this though that makes you go back and you're like,
Dang.
what could I have done different?
Yeah.
I mean, it really was starting to be fair to you
No,
guys.
not in a bad way. Like you know,
No,
like,
to be fair to you guys, a lot of the decisions were towards the beginning, sort of like a Saw deal,
Yep.
where he wakes up and the key falls into the tub when I always hated that, but there's a little bit of that where like a lot of the first decisions you guys made with Aethel,
kinda set
with not like with with the Vivakian,
Yeah.
like really set the stage. And honestly, I've just been riffing off of you guys' decisions. That's all
Yeah.
I've done. I had plans. This one was heavily modified, obviously, to conform to the need. But I had sort of thought maybe this is where you guys are going to head and end up. But that's
As
the end
soon
of
as
it.
the dome started crumbling, I was like, "Oh, we fucked up."
Yeah,
As soon as that started happening, I was like,
a
We
pure
just
schism and
set
surge.
it free.
It wasn't the dome crumbling. It was that's the abyss beyond the dome. That's when I was like,
think
oh
it
yeah,
was the
we're.
Here's a
Yeah,
challenge
for
for
sure.
you because I want to see if you guys can come to a conclusion about how these seed fiends work. What was the deal with that? Why was it so big? Like all these questions. Like what was like how does this work? Like I that's a question for you, Annabelle, in your character.
Yeah.
I have a theory.
Hey, I still have do I still have the Wacademics journal, or is that like demon goop now? I don't. Is that still a book?
Arc 1's over. So
You
I
lose
don't know
all
the
items that you gained.
Everything.
No
I will
clue.
say
I still haven't
my
had
theory
that I
on
don't know what
that
it does.
seed fiend whatever
Mm-hmm.
is just the fact that it's one continuous structure. The whole city is all connected.
Yeah.
So maybe
Oh, and like all the people are part of the fiend.
I mean that would. Yeah.
I was just
I just
thinking
wanna
like
know
the idea
how-
like you would if you inhabit something.
Well, like there
you
were the
become-
shards in their necks.
Yeah. So,
So-
destroying the heart was what brought everything down. Okay.
Yeah.
What opened?
Yeah. What crumbled
Maybe
the
it was
dome?
the fact that
and-
it was attached to water because of the sewers.
I don't
And so
think
the fact
was
that the heart was attached to water, everybody was drinking it, you get corrupted.
See, but the clarification that I think that we need is, was Delruth always
Was Delruth
always a demon?
a
Isn't
demon?
that
Yeah.
The question.
That was the question that
Ain't that
that Brandon wrote down
Hooey.
like the
When?
first time.
Hooey
Yeah, exactly.
Mama.
So the only way you could possibly find out that is to find a map that predates Gaterise, which that one
Does not.
No.
That
And that's
one,
the oldest one we
This
have.
one
in my mind, is supposed to be like,
doesn't either. It's
like
well,
just at, like
I don't
like
think-
it predates
Reference of year.
like predates the gate rising from the ocean.
OG
Yeah, so like
Right,
60
exactly.
years.
It's the only way. Because who's to say? I mean, logic would dictate
I don't
if the
think we even
gate's
know how old
there.
it is.
Who brought it there? Was it someone on the side or someone on the other side? Those 30-year gaps, what was going on there? What happened during the 30 years before the demon incursion? Did they prep stuff or not?
Right.
So you'd have to find a map of the Ashlands that predates
Old
60
ass-
years old.
yeah.
That's the
Old
only
ass
way
map
you
of
could
the
determine.
Ashlands.
And if it's not present, that would probably indicate the
Yeah.
truth.
I just feel like I
Too
was
late
on,
now.
like-
It's all just semantics at this point.
Yeah.
Does it not feel like you were on the Hunger Games or some shit?
Yeah,
And they're like all watching you from far away, and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
honestly.
I'm just trying to survive, man.
I don't
I'm just
know,
trying to
man. I
survive.
just did what I thought was best.
We
Why
were
do you keep
watching
calling
you
me
the whole
bound?
time.
We will call that a night. So
Ah.
Merry Christmas from all of us at Grimm's
Merry
Dungeon.
Christmas.
Happy Hanukkah.
Happy holidays.
Happy
Happy
holidays.
Kwanzaa, happy holidays. Hopefully you guys have a great time. Hopefully you enjoyed the arc. Sorry for the podcast and also Morgan who's got to edit me screaming. I try to scream this way to not destroy the mic.
I mean, again, I have a limiter that I can just throw on there. It'll
I'm
still
sure
be a
it
little loud,
blist-
so
I'm
I'm
sure it
sorry.
blisted out, but
R.I.P.
blasted
your
out.
vocal
What?
cords.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank
We
you.
will see you next year. Hey, keep it creepy. Okay, good night.
it creepy.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Oh my gosh.